Welcome to the June meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. I'm Jack Finglass, the chairman, and we look forward to hearing your comments about the projects that are proposed. And before we really begin, I'm going to turn it over to our attorney, Nick Kalergis, who will help set up the guidelines for the day. Nick?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, members of the board. I just have a couple announcements I'd like to make, so please bear with me. Today's virtual meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled pursuant to Executive Order 20-69 of the Florida Governor, which suspends any Florida statute that requires a quorum to be present in person or requires a local government body to meet at a specific public place, and permits local government bodies to utilize communications media technology such as Zoom, in order to conduct its business. To participate in today's meeting, and this is for members of the public, please dial 1-888-475-4499 and use webinar ID 829-7205-3964. Or you can log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 829-7205-3964. Members of the public wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app, or press *9 on the telephone to raise hand. Members of the public who do not have access to a computer and wish to provide testimony and or submit evidence in support of or opposition to an item scheduled to be heard may appear in person today at the Miami Beach Convention Center at 1901 Convention Center Drive, Washington Avenue entrance, and it's Art Deco room 229. At this location, access to a computer with a camera will be provided, and staff is also present to assist. Lastly, on each application, I'm going to be swearing in each presenter or member of the public wishing to speak. I'll be keeping time at today's meeting. Applicants will be given 10 minutes each to present, and members of the public will be given 2 minutes each. Obviously, those time limits can be extended at the discretion of the chair or the board. Since this is a public meeting, I'd like to read our standard notice regarding lobbyist registration as well. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should contact the city clerk and register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And before I turn this back over to the chair, I'd like to swear in members of staff who will be providing testimony today. And I think, Debbie, is it you and Jake, or will Michael be participating too? I'd just like to make sure I get...
Michael Belush will not be participating today. It is Jake Cyberling and myself on behalf of staff.
Okay, so the way this will work today is because we'll need everybody's. I'll need to swear in everybody who's going to be testifying individually. So I'll just need an affirmative I do from each of you. Maybe Debbie first, and then Jake. So, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Jake is here. He's going to join. Can you see Jake?
Okay, Jake, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. All righty, it's all yours, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Nick. I think first we're going to have the approval of the minutes from the May meeting.
I'll move them.
Need a second?
I'll second them.
Okay.
Fine.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so passes. City attorney updates.
I gave you as many updates as I could come up with, so I'm good.
Okay, thank you very much. We did the swearing of the public. Debbie, do you want to talk about the continuances and withdrawals?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have several requests for continuances this morning. I'm going to read each of them, and we will need a motion, a second, and we will open this up to public comment as well. The first application is HPB file 190364. This is 1234 and 1260 Washington Avenue. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the July 14th meeting. Staff has no objection to this and is recommending the board approve the request.
Okay.
And I do not see anyone's hand up, but if there are members of the public that wish to comment on this particular application, please raise your hand. Seeing none, I think, Jack, you can close the public hearing and open this up to a board motion.
Public hearing is closed. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move to continue to July 14, 2020.
Okay, a second?
Aye.
Second.
Who was that? Nancy? Okay.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none opposed, so carried.
Okay, the next application is HPB file 190341. This is 1751, 1757, and 1775 Collins Avenue. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the July 14th meeting. Staff has no objection to this request. We do have a hand raised from a member of the public, Jack. It is a last name of Suero.
Suero. Okay, do I click on the hand? I clicked on.
Caller, you're live. Good morning. You probably recognize me, but I wanted to do a quick test to make sure that the public component of this is working. It appears to be doing so. I'm not here to comment or oppose the request for continuance. So looks like everything is working. A big kudos to our staff, Carmen and Jessica and Lydia. Victor from our staff is over here, and Letty. So it's quite an operation over here, but it's working out well.
Thank you very much for that. Okay. Do I have
Mr. Chair, we still have one hand raised.
Okay.
I'm not sure if there is anyone else wishing to comment on this application.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, no, I'm just in favor of the project that you're going to be considering for the Collins Avenue, just north of the DeVille. So just wanted to say I'm in favor of you approving what is planned for construction.
Thank you, sir. That application is later on the agenda this morning, but we do thank you for your comments. I believe you're commenting regarding 6747 Collins Avenue, which is the site north of the Deauville. Could we have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Orlando Suero.
Thank you.
I'm at 6767 Collins Avenue, unit 1706.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. We do have a hand up from Alfredo Gonzalez regarding this current request for continuance, HPB file 190341.
I withdrew my hand.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
But thank you.
There are no additional public comments regarding the continuance.
Okay, thank you. Let's close public comments. Do we have a motion?
I move to continue this to July 14, 2020.
Second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Scott, thank you. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next 5 applications are all of the same applicant. These are citywide distributed antenna systems. I'm going to read these all into the record at once, and we can have one motion for these. HPB file 20-0392. This is for a citywide distributed antenna system at approximately 213 67th Street. The next application is HPB file 20-0393. This is a distributed antenna system at approximately 210 19th Street. The next application is HPB file 20-0394. This is for an antenna at approximately 109 9th Street. Next application, HPB file 20-0396 for a distributed antenna system at approximately 110 7th Street. And finally, HPB file 20-0397 for a distributed antenna system at approximately 137 73rd Street. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the July 14th meeting. Staff has no objection to this request, and I do not see any members of the public with their hands up wishing to comment at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Debbie. Do I hear a motion for approval for this to be postponed?
I'll move.
Okay, Nancy moves. A second,
Move.
please.
Second.
Who was that?
Barry.
Barry. Hi, Barry. Thank you very much. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So moved. Thank you.
The final application for continuance this morning is HPB file 20-0381. This is 928 Ocean Drive. The applicant for this application is requesting a continuance to the September 8th meeting. Staff has no objection to this request. And I do not see any members of the public wishing to comment at this time.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Aye.
Oh, we need a motion.
You have to move to continue it to September 8th.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Kirk. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So
Did-
moved. Thank you.
Did we have
very
a second? Was that motion seconded? I just want to, for the record.
I'll second.
Okay.
Who? Barry?
Yes.
Okay, Barry seconded. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you very
perfect.
much. Someone's knocking. No? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was,
Okay, moving right along. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next application on the agenda this morning is HPB file 19-0366. This is 6747 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting the certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a new hotel building on a vacant lot, and a variance to eliminate residential or commercial use required when providing parking along the facade facing the street was previously requested. That variance had been withdrawn at the March 10th meeting of the board, so the variance is no longer part of this application. Again, the board did review this project on March 10th. At that time, the board had expressed comments and continued the application to the April meeting, which all are aware was canceled, which is why we're now hearing this. In response to the board's comments in March, the applicant did submit a set of revised plans. Specifically, the applicant has proposed a new design for the ground level pedestrian entrance that is to the garage area. That portion of the project has been reconfigured, so it will not be visible from Collins Avenue. Further, the design of the stair along Collins Avenue accessing the first floor of the hotel has been further developed in a manner that directly engages the pedestrian activity at the ground level. There was also some discussion at the meeting in March regarding a connection, a public connection to the beach walk. The applicant has submitted a response to the board's request to study that. They do not believe that it is feasible for them to introduce such public beach walk. I will let the applicant discuss that further if the board wishes. In summary, staff is supportive of the application and is recommending approval, subject to the conditions outlined in your draft order. I just wanted to note, early this morning, I did receive public comment from the Sterling building. That is the building immediately to the north of this particular project, a condominium building. They did express support, and I have emailed that to all of the board members. I'm not sure if you received it due to the late notice, but I wanted to put that on the record. And of course, we heard from the gentleman earlier this morning expressing support.
Thank you very much. Let's see, we should have, at this point, we should have a public comment.
So before we hear from the applicant, I'll want to swear in the applicant and any members of the applicant's team. So is everybody who's going to be presenting on the panel already? I assume yes.
This is Alfredo. I'm here. I don't know if Jennifer's on. I can't see.
Yes, Jennifer's on.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to I'll swear everybody in, and what I'd like is an affirmative I do, and then state your name so we have it on the record if a transcript were taken. And I'll be doing this on every application today. So please state whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, so I'm going to set, I'll set the timer at 10 minutes.
Good morning. Could you see me? Because I lost all internet, so I'm on my cell phone now. Good way to start. Well, good morning and happy to be back on a Zoom meeting. I guess this is now the new normal. I represent the owners of the Urbanic on the Beach, who were here back in March, the last live meeting before the HPB, before the start of the pandemic. So we were continued on 2 limited items. We had withdrawn our variance at the last hearing, and I'd like to incorporate all our testimony from the March HPB meeting carried over to this meeting. And we went back and did further refinements based on staff comments and the board comments at the March meeting, which we submitted the packages that you should have that were actually submitted days before we went into a stay at home. The 2 changes were we eliminate the need for the variance, and Jennifer will go in more detail, eliminate how we activated the front of the building and address certain concerns like when the doors open to the garage, you could see into the garage. That's been resolved, and further enhancements to provide a public enhancement as the pedestrians walk by. The other issue that was raised was the potential for putting a beach access. While we understand that the board is unable to mandate, the applicants nonetheless wanted to evaluate the potential for putting a beach access on the site. And after review, and we were unable to provide it. And primarily, we're unable to provide it. As you know, this building is only 107 feet. So instead of being your typical 200-foot building, it's a much shorter building, which makes it a wider footprint, leaving very small spaces on both sides to put a potential public beach access. We have our landscaping and our egress quarters on both sides. To the south, we have our service quarters as well. So we have very limited space. I understand that in some other projects, there's been beach access provided, and that typically you find when there are residential units across the street. Here we have it's all commercial. So we don't have that scenario that the board has seen in past times, like on Mid Beach, where you have much larger lots and they're able to accommodate a beach access and their residents across the street. So at this point, I'd really like to have Jennifer go through the PowerPoint now, and then just reserve any rebuttal after public comments.
That's fine. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jennifer McConney with Studio MCG Architecture. It's nice to see everybody again after 4 months. Can we pull up the PowerPoint? Great. As Alfredo mentioned, we removed the slope walkway in the front, which requires a variance. Step back along Collins Avenue. And we created a more pedestrian-friendly experience accessing the raised lobby level. This is a revised view of the front facade along Collins Avenue. Next slide. Along Collins, instead of the slope walkway, there's a plaza at the sidewalk level with a sculptural stone stair and elevator that invites pedestrians up to the second level lobby. As we spoke about at the last hearing, it was really important for us that once the guests arrive at the second level, they're able to see straight through out to the ocean. So that lobby level, that's about 10 feet above grade. Once you arrive in your car or by pedestrian, you're able to see straight out to the sea through that open, wide corridor that runs straight through the middle of the site. Next slide. These are close-up images of the new front entry. We are proposing coral stone steps as well as the coral stone of facade with linear details. There are also integrated planters and benches on the ground floor that promote gathering in the new plaza space along Collins. The view on the top right is actually taken from that second level lobby where you're able to stand and wait for your Uber looking out towards Collins, which also promotes active uses at that plaza level. Next slide. This is a more detailed view of the front where you can see the white stucco and the stone material selections. There are actually 2 sea grape trees there in the green space, the 2 green spaces on either side. There will be 2 sea grape trees. We've just removed them so you can actually see the front facade for this rendering. And those sea grape trees are going to be able to frame the view into with a new sculptural staircase. You can also see, we used to have a glass door that went to the loading area, and that we created a small maze with walls that take you, so you won't actually see any of the parking or the loading at the ground floor. So it's all parking is completely screened. You don't even know it's there. Next slide. To give you a better idea of what the public interiors and exteriors are going to look like, the interior designers, Inc. NYC, have been working on the images and mood boards for the lobby and public areas, and the following 3 slides are concepts for those spaces. These are images of what the lobby will look like and the corridor out to the ocean. Next slide. These are images and mood boards of the dining area facing the ocean. That's open to the public. Next slide. These are images and concepts of what the pool area will look like. Next slide. These are the materials that will be represented on the interior as well as the exterior along the front facade. We have coral stone, wood, breeze block, and natural materials, and landscape is also a very important element of this design. Next slide. This is the grade level parking plan, and you can see here where we used to have a door that led straight into the bike valet area. We actually were able to kind of snake the walkway around, so you're not able to see into the garage anymore. And that is also hidden by the sculptural stair. Next slide. This is a close-up view of this is the entire lobby level, as you saw before. Next slide. On the left, this is an enlarged view of the lobby level, and you're able to, at the second level, you can see where you're able to wait for your Uber there just left of the driveway. After you've come up that sculptural stair, that the whole pedestal is like a block that the stones are carved out of using the coral stone. And on the right side, that's the pool deck facing the ocean, which will have a very similar color palette as the front entry. So I know we presented the entire project last time. This presentation is really only about the front facade because that's what you had wanted more detail on last time. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you so very much. It was a very nice presentation. Does any board member have, do we do comments from the public first or board members?
Yes, Jack, I would recommend we open up the public hearing right now. So if there are any members of the public online, please raise your hand, or anyone who is dialing in via telephone, press *9.
And
so
just since this is our first application in this format, again, I'll be keeping time at 2 minutes. Before each individual member of the public speaks, I'll need to swear them in. And actually, before we open to the public, I'd like to ask the board if any board members have any ex parte disclosures to make.
Yeah, I do. I think we all received a email from, I don't know, No Snob Neighborhood Save North Beach. And Paula King, who's a part of that organization, also reached out to me about that project, and I can remain fair and impartial.
Thank you.
Nick, I do have a question regarding the emails that we receive. Since they're sent to everybody, do we need to comment that we received that, or that's just a...
So the emails that you all receive, so long as staff is copied on them, and copies are made available to the public, then no, you don't need to disclose them again. This would be for any email, any written or verbal communication that you have not already forwarded to staff, or that maybe came in, since the meeting has started, and staff would not have the opportunity to forward.
Okay, thank you.
Jack?
Nancy, did you have a?
Yes, I had comments from the first time, and I announced them, and now I'm announcing the support letter that I guess we all got. I was most interested to see the letter which addressed the problem of the pathway to the beach. And they
We're
say—
just on disclosures, Nancy.
What?
We're just on disclosure.
I don't know.
Okay,
You don't want to know
disclosed
what
already.
I'm disclosing? Okay.
Okay, thank you. We'll get to that in a minute. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. Because we're trying to control the time here. Okay. Hearing no other disclosures. Debbie?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have 2 members of the public wishing to speak. The first speaker is Terem, T-E-R-E-M. Please let us know your comments.
Yes, good morning. My name is Teresita Lopez.
Sorry, 1 second. Just before you start, I'd like to swear you in.
Sure.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Yes, I am a resident of the Sterling, and actually I was very instrumental in writing the letter that you received. We have been suffering a problem that is chronic now for 4 years with the Deauville, and the abandoned condition of this hotel has hurt us tremendously, not only the businesses in the area, but as well as the value of our property. And this hotel is a welcome change and a positive move, as I put in the letter. And it will be helping us increase the value of this area that is now depressed in Collins Avenue due to this horrendous situation that we have with the Deauville Hotel. I beg you, please, to expedite this and to allow us, the ones who are investing in this area, to have our property go back in value as it was before. I'm putting new windows. You probably are going to hear some noise. I'm investing in this area. We are here to stay, but it is horrible to live next to that eyesore and the problems that has created. This is going to be a welcome change. It's going to revitalize the area, and I beg you to expedite this to help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great comment. Okay, there's another hand up, Lizette Lozano.
Okay, and before we hear from Lizette again, I'd like to ask, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Oh, can Lizette hear us? Lizette, can you hear us?
Lizette, you're live. You're live on the air. It seems like Lizette's having technical difficulties.
Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak on this item?
It appears not. It says she's a call-in listener.
Mr. Chair, I do not see anyone else's. We just got there is one person that just put their hand up. Gabe. Gabe, are you on the call?
Yes, this is Gabe. Can you hear
Hi,
me?
Gabe. Do you please state whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
And again, similar to the prior comments, we live next door. We live at 6767 Collins. And for years, we've had this empty lot next door. Business in the area has suffered tremendously because with the Deauville closed, there's very little commercial activity. And on top of that, we are seeing a building that is decaying by the day, that is the Deauville. So this hotel that is being proposed now is not a very high or tall building. It looks to be very aesthetically pleasing, and certainly think it would be a great addition to the neighborhood, which would enhance the value as well as the appearance of the area, not only for us that live next door, but for the whole neighborhood. So that's my comment.
Thank you very much. Any further public comment? Okay, hearing none, I move to close the public comment, and we should open up for board discussion.
And before that, Mr. Chair, I know that the applicant had asked for a few minutes for his rebuttal.
Okay, that's fine. Looking forward to it.
Mr. Chair, I'll make it short and quick.
Alfredo, could I interrupt? I'm sorry. We do have one. We had a member of the public, Norma, who wanted to speak. I think she has her hand up now. So Norma, if you would like to give some brief public comment. Mr. Chair, will you allow that?
Yeah.
Okay. Norma?
Yes.
Hi, Norma, before you begin, can I'd like to swear you in.
Yes, please.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I am in favor of the hotel next door. I think it's going to be an asset to this 6767 Collins Avenue. That's where I live right now. And I'm all in favor for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any further public comment? Going once, twice, gone. Thank you. So we're going to close public comment and move on to board discussion. Let's start. Who would like to start?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to finish my rebuttal. It's just short and quick. Okay. We're in full support of the staff recommendation. We respectfully request the board to approve our staff recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alfredo. Okay, going back, and who would like to be first on the board to comment? Kirk?
Hi there. So a couple of things. First of all, I want to make it clear that in our discussion at the last meeting, it was not anyone's, nobody was aware that we were all going to be shut down, and was never anybody's intent to slow the process down. It was an unfortunate circumstance, and I just want to make that clarification. Because based on our discussion, I know we were trying to make some adjustments to make the project as good as it could be. A couple of things I want to say. First of all, I'm excited about this project. Welcoming the applicant to North Beach. I think this project will bring good things to North Beach, to that area. Also, Jennifer, the architect team, I mean, I think the massing of this building, design is nicely done. That's my opinion. One technical qualification on the landscape scan, because we discussed the last time about the street trees, and I just want to make the clarification. In the landscape plan, the gumbo limbos are mislabeled the botanical name as pigeon plums, and I want to make sure we make that correction because the trees on the street are important. Is that affirmed?
Not a problem.
Okay. I do want to talk about the beach access. I understand the residents that live in the abutting building, the Sterling, may not favor beach access, but they don't need it. And, with regard to the community who, the email I received about, the community that do not live next door requesting access to the beach. Again, I celebrate this project. It's not going to be my intent to hold it up. At the same time, with a 10-foot setback to the north side for the pedestal, there's 10 feet there. I understand there's landscaping going there, and there should be, which will be beautiful. And then next to that is the parking entrance. I'm not sure I understand logistically what the challenge is to actually providing whatever the required 4 feet of easement. I don't understand that. And as I did the last time, I'm going to defer to the consensus of the board. I do not want to hold up this project. I think it's going to be a really nice project. But I do think it's a big loss. When you look at areas like the Bay Walk, where the buildings provide easement to the Bay area, that's the expectation there, and for it to work, everybody has to play ball. And here we are with the public, beautiful amenity, the public beach walk, which is not accessible to the public in that area. I think it's a real shame. But like I said, I'm going to defer to the consensus of the board. If a good number of the board feel like we should continue to push to try to make some sort of an access way. I mean, there's already a walkway there. There's 10 feet of easement. Again, I don't understand, but I will follow the consensus of the board, and I look forward to this project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. In regard to what Kirk said, unfortunately, I missed the March meeting, and I know this was a great concern of Barry's, and I'm coming at this quite in an ignorant mode, actually, because I'm a great believer in beach access, but I don't understand. At first, I don't know where else there is beach access in that immediate area. If there was enough beach access there, perhaps that would solve the problem. But I do think beach access is very important. And if there is room there, I really don't understand why it couldn't be done. Can someone from the city explain to me where else there is a beach access, or someone else on the board? Because I'm not familiar with that stretch, and why it couldn't be. I know that the owner probably doesn't want it, but why it couldn't be physically. I don't know if Barry has any further insight on that or not, but I'd like some clarification, because I would be voting without any real background if I didn't hear the March discussion. Thank you.
Jack, I have my hand up.
Okay, Nancy.
If you read all of the letters that came in support of this, one of the most interesting was the comment that there's just down the street from there is a beach access. So there is beach access nearby. And secondly, from what I remember of this whole argument, there was some that we had to have a beach access. Well, it's not mandated, so we can't insist upon it. And I think that the project is so excellent that it would be a shame to not support it because of this. There are no residents that live across the street on Collins Avenue that need beach access. And as long as there is access around there, I don't see that it is a problem. It's a bigger problem for many of the other places north of there, where there are residential neighborhoods, where there's no beach access. That is the problem. This is not.
Thank you. Those are very good comments. Thank you, Nancy. Barry?
Yeah, the beach access was important to me. There's a lot of positive aspects of this project. I would say, though, when we say there are no residents here, I think we're discounting the residents that are on Harding and Abbott, I guess it is, in the smaller apartment buildings, or even the large apartment building at 67th and Harding, and the new building that's going up, and the building that is just to the north of the rowing center, and the buildings and developments that are in front of the rowing center. So I think there are residents. They may not be next door. They may not be directly across the street. They may not be oceanfront residents, but they are residents of the city of Miami Beach and deserve beach access. I believe that the nearby beach access that Nancy may be referring to is at 69th Street, 2 blocks north. And I guess south it's 65th Street, 64th Street Beach. I understand the somewhat dilemma that the designers are in. It is a shorter building, therefore they want to take a lot of the footprint up. But that wasn't their issue last time they were here. The attorney's issue was security. It was not the size of the building, as I recall. It was security, that they had doors on that side, and my feelings were, well, those could be exit-only doors with no hardware on the outside or electronic hardware on the outside. I don't know if there's fencing parallel to the street and parallel to the beach on the north and or south side. I think this is a great project. I think that not having that access is a flaw in this great project. And I think not having that access is a flaw in the city's development rules. Mm-hmm. I believe that that's where the problem started. And as Nancy said, we as this board, I don't think we have a leg to stand on to insist on it. It's not mandated, and that's what the problem is. So if I could move past the beach access for a moment, which, I'm reluctantly doing so, I think that the architect has made a great improvement for this project at the street. I think we have a much more sophisticated plaza than we did, beyond just the that I can't see, that we can't see the cars directly from the sidewalk or the plaza. That was a simple solution, but they've elegantly addressed the interior of that plaza. I love the new materials, the horizontal lines that play into the area. I can't say enough about that. I had one question, and it may just be a drafting little glitch or something. I don't know, or maybe I'm just looking at the drawing a little weird. But on sheet A 4.02, building section AA, there are these, I don't know if they're sculptural elements or if it's a drafting error, hanging down from that plaza that maybe I didn't pick up in looking at the other drawings, and if they could explain that to me. But
that's just landscaping. Sorry, it's a 3D model. So that's actual landscaping that's coming down. It just looks kind of computer generated in that section. But it's just
something like what's at the Perez, something in that effect, these hanging gardens.
Well, no, but this is just vines hanging down. There's nothing.
Oh, okay.
It's just natural material, natural material.
Okay. I didn't pick it up anywhere else, and I just didn't understand it there. But I really think that plaza is going to be really nice. I really wish the developer, though I applaud them for this project, I know the neighbors applaud them for this project, at least the neighbors directly next door. I think the neighbors on Harding will still wonder, man, am I going to go to the beach because I've got to walk this way and that way? I think they could have been better community neighbors, the developers. I'm sure they're going to do a great project. I would have just really, really wanted that. And then I did state, I didn't know if there was, but on that 10-foot pathway that's used for your egress, are there gates at the sidewalk and the beach?
There's gates at the building line. So there's gates there.
All right. Wish there weren't. So that's all I have to say. But I think I really do like what you've done. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Gary, any other board members have comment? Any other board members have comment? Okay, hearing none. We'll close that and move on, I guess, to the vote.
I would make a motion.
Sorry, Jack, I was trying to get off mute. I just had one note.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry about that. Largely agree with what the board members said before me about the beach access. It would be very nice to have. I don't see how we could compel it, but as a resident, I would like to see a policy change, because I don't think we can rely on the applicants to make that call themselves. The only comment that I had, I noticed in the draft order or the order that's attached, a point about addressing cool pavement materials or permeable materials for the front entryway. I appreciate the redesign on it. I found the presentation helpful in an area that I thought was hardscape. Looks like it's actually going to be turf or pervious surface. But for the areas that aren't, I would encourage permeable surfaces over the cool, because you do have good tree canopy coverage up in the front that'll provide the shade. But if you want to optimize for stormwater management, it'd be a good opportunity to look at the material choice for the entryway and the hardscape to make it less hard. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Good comment. Any other board members? Okay, let's close the board discussion and move on to the vote. Does someone have a motion to approve this project?
I'll make a motion.
Oh, you had a tie there. Who wants to break it?
We could do a double one. I don't know who the other one was.
Okay, Nancy moves it and Barry seconds it?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? No, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you later at the end of the day.
See ya.
Okay, Debbie?
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So far, we are running on time, so I want to thank all the board members for that. The next application is HPB file 190365. This is 1225 and 1235 Lenox Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the total demolition of the existing single-family home located at 1235 Lenox Avenue and the construction of a detached addition, including variances from the required side and some of the side yard setbacks. This particular application was reviewed by the board in February 11th, 2020. At that time, the board did express some concerns with regard to the amount of information that had been provided regarding the request for total demolition. Since that meeting, the applicant has submitted much more detailed information, including a structural condition assessment report from Yusuf Pakum Consulting Engineering. They have also supplemented that with a letter from the architect, as well as a letter from Arthur Marcus, who prepared their historical resources. Staff has reviewed the engineering report, which does conclude that the existing home would need to be rebuilt rather than repaired. After looking at the photographic evidence and the engineer's report, staff concurs that is likely the scenario. Staff has outlined the reasons in our report why we are not supportive of the reconstruction of this particular building. There are times where we are supportive of reconstruction when an existing building cannot be repaired. We have outlined those, so I'm not going to go through that. We're generally supportive of the new design of the home. However, we do remain concerned with regard to what we believe is kind of an attempt to mimic a historic style. So we are recommending approval with a slight modification that would differentiate this new single-family home from historic architecture in the district. So we're recommending some slight modifications. We are also remaining concerned with regard to the siting of the building in order to be consistent with the historic district, which has a very strong pattern of large front yard setbacks. We are recommending that the home be set back from its front property line 50 feet, which would be consistent with the development pattern of this area of the city. With regard to the variance, the request for the variance is due to the new lot width. So 1225 and 1235 are being combined into one lot. The resulting width of that lot is 125 feet. So the single family regulations do require 10 feet for each side setback, as well as a sum of the side yards of 25%. If this was a single lot not being combined with its neighbor, then you would have a 7'6" setback, which is consistent with, again, all of the other homes on the street primarily have around a 7-foot setback on their sides. So for this reason, staff is supportive of the variance, and we are recommending approval subject to the conditions in the order. We would note that we are requesting that the air conditioning equipment that is currently shown encroaching into the setback be relocated so it complies with the 7-foot setback of the new addition. So we also included that in the draft order, and I am available for questions. If you have any, I believe the applicant is with us to give a brief presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. And before we hear from the applicant, I'd like to make sure to swear in any member of the applicant's team who will be providing testimony today. So please state whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we hear from the presenters, please?
Sure. I'm Clem Schaub. I'm the architect for the project. I think, as people know, we'll try to keep it brief. From the 1225 property, the owners first purchased it a number of years ago, and we've consistently been working on restoring it, spending quite a bit of money to restore it accurately. We have letters from the neighbors discussing that. In this case, then they've decided to purchase the property next door in order to do somewhat the same, but really over time discovered that it was just beyond repair and use, and we couldn't find any architectural evidence that it was also salvageable from a historic point of view. But I'll let Kara take you through a brief things of our current findings. After our last meeting, we did involve several other consultants.
Thank you, Clem. So I'm not sure who to address this to, but if we could pull up presentation 2, this titled. And if you could go to page 5 of the presentation. Thank you. So we just wanted to start with kind of showing the site here and its original condition. So this shows the main house at 1225, both the main house and the accessory structure. And we just wanted to make it clear kind of what the project entails here. So as Clem said, we've put quite a bit of effort into the renovation and rehabilitation of 1225. And as you said, the neighbors in this district have made it known that they appreciate the efforts that we've gone to. This is a Henry Hohauser house, and we've done a lot of study to bring that back to its original condition, looking at photographs and plans. And unfortunately, to contrast that, there was not enough historical or architectural evidence to show us the original condition of the house at 1235 here. We've done a lot of research and study into trying to assess what this was originally. And as Clem said, we don't believe that based on the condition of the structure and the architectural elements that we don't believe that it's worth trying to bring it back to its original condition, which we don't know what the original condition really was. So our proposal is to unify this property and create a small intervention here at 1235, something that's unified with the property in terms of architecture. We want this to be kind of the main jewel of this property. And this, our proposal is to have a small intervention here that will serve as kind of a guest house to the main house. So if you go to the page 7 of this document, you'll see this is the intervention that we're proposing, something at the north property line, and we have requested a variance in order to place this where it is on the site so that we can make the most use of the lot and the most use of the garden here in the center.
I should probably point out again Yusuf's discussion of the building. That was in his evaluation. It was determined that most of the structure needed the structural beams needed to be actually be replaced rather than due to spalling of and carbonization within the concrete. They would have to actually be replaced. In addition, it would be done in a greater than a 50% renovation, therefore it would have to be elevated to the new flood zone. We feel that the structure would not survive lifting that. And so we've come to the same conclusion that Mr. Yusuf did, is that that demolition is really inevitable.
Right. If you could pull up presentation 3, page 8. This is the combined report from Mr. Hotcham, as well as at the end, letters of support from Arthur Marcus and the other architect we commissioned to evaluate the structure.
Are you saying you submitted another presentation? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, there was presentation 3, so it was 4 separate PDF files. And presentation 3 just combined the report from USEP. And this was also submitted after our February 11th.
It was not submitted recent. You're talking about something else submitted prior. Is that what I'm getting?
We've submitted the report from USEP as after our last presentation, and we resubmitted it as part of this for this Zoom meeting. So it's.
I think he's trying to find it.
It's labeled presentation 3, is the file name.
Okay, just give me 1 second while I pull that up for you. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So while that's being brought up, the report, if you've had a chance to kind of go through it, it was quite lengthy, but it just goes through the results of, we had concrete testing done, as well as just site observations where USEF looked at the structural conditions, wood members, the roof, things like that, just to determine what would be salvageable. And the structural members, unfortunately, are in very poor condition, and as Clem said, they would not survive any kind of rehabilitation work. They would need to be replaced rather than.
We should point out too that over the years there have been many sort of renovations, or if you want to call it that, to this building, including enclosing and stuccoing the overhangs. There's just. We actually took some off to see if there was something historic below that, and there was none. It's just been re-roofed. I don't think the original house didn't even have the same roof system on it. So it's already been basically destroyed, and I think most of it done really prior to the preservation board being involved. So the point is, we searched for its historic content and could not find any. And now it's also even been further deteriorating with all the weather we've been having. So we believe that it should be taken down. Should we touch on it while we're waiting? Should we look at the new structure?
Sure. We compiled a video. That's presentation 1. It's just a PDF a PowerPoint showing a video. Okay, here we go. So I believe page 8 shows his site observations. Yeah. So section 6 here shows the consideration of the structural evaluation of the building, and they looked at kind of all the wood members, the roof, floor joists, interior stud walls. We did kind of an excavation of the site and took down parts of the eave and looked into the roof just to see what was in there. And as he states here, reinforcing rebars were in poor condition. The test of the concrete came back that it's not substantial enough for what the Florida Building Code requires.
And staff's agreed, so we should probably just discuss an overview of the new building.
So as we discussed this, could we please pull up presentation 1?
This is another presentation. Just give me one moment here while I end this one and bring up the next one, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Presentation 1.
And per the earlier comments by the staff, we would be happy to work with the staff to find the proper location for the air conditioning and discuss other details.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we have the presentation one that you sent is just one slide. This is it's a PDF form. Let me go ahead and put it up on my screen so that you could be able to see it. It's a PDF of this.
Right, it should be a video. So when you play, it's a PowerPoint presentation.
Well, this is a PDF. It's not a PowerPoint. It's a PDF. You're not going to be able to play a video.
Okay, well, I sent it as a PowerPoint. But anyway, so this is, we do have some other images, but this is kind of the front of the site. So you can see 1225 here on the right, and this is our intervention 1225. So we tried to keep this small because, as we said, we wanted this to be the guest house and keep 1225 as the kind of the main jewel. So we wanted the architecture to talk to one another. But this to also feel like it's a guest house. So we kept the ceiling height very low. The footprint is very small. It's 1,000 square feet, 2-bedroom with a small kitchenette.
Initially, it was more embellished with more deco details, which we removed. The only remaining, we wanted to keep it low so that the 2-story house at 1225 would be the stronger. This one actually does have a similar sort of setback to some of the other houses in this particular neighborhood.
You have 2 minutes remaining.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we've intentionally sort of kept as much space as possible between the two buildings. The original house at 1225 showed it more, this was prior to really a neighborhood being there, and was much more open. I think it was before it really was platted as other kind of a neighborhood. So the space between here was very important so that you could see a more open garden. And per the staff's request too, we removed some of the landscaping in the front of the house. Initially, we had it more heavily landscaped to actually focus even further on 1225, but understanding their concerns, we've removed it. I think we're just available for questions. There's we have lots of backup, but
we do have, if you could pull up presentation 2, we can just go through we have some images at the end of that presentation, just showing the rest of the site from the back, and so you can get a good sense of the design.
No problem. Just give me one moment while I bring that one up. And this is the first one that we had up prior, correct?
You're right. Yes. Presentation 2.
No problem. Just give me 1 second. Let me bring that up for you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we had a megabyte restriction, so we had to kind of split up some of our sources here. And then if you could go to page, I think it's page 20, close to the end. A couple more. Next one. Okay, here. So this shows the view from the back. And then if you could go to the next slide. So we're just showing that we're keeping the yard open so that both properties kind of have access to this really great backyard.
Plus, I want to point out that because of the new height requirements for the FEMA, we've worked very hard at trying to transition it back to grade so that it would not sort of stand out in the neighborhood as being a great deal taller than the other homes in terms of its finished floor level. So there was the actual entrance to the houses from the rear. There is no street side entrance.
And then if you go one more slide over, you'll see this is from the front. So we've tried to kind of conceal the height of this, which is at 9 feet. As Glenn said, we worked hard so that it doesn't look like it's overpowering, and just to try and maintain the small size and the small appearance of this structure.
Your 10 minutes are up. I gave you a couple extra because of the technical difficulties, but would you like to request additional time from the chair?
I think we're open for questions.
Yeah, open for questions. This was really the end, showing the design. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Jack, we do have, if you want to open the public hearing portion, we do have Daniel Seraldo on the call. I also wanted to mention that we did receive a letter in support of this application from the Flamingo Park West Neighborhood Association. And we also received a letter of support from the adjacent neighbor to the south at 1215 Lenox Avenue. And I think Daniel wants to speak on behalf of MDPL, who did also submit a memo on this item. Thank you.
And before we do that, I'd like to ask the board members if anyone has an ex parte disclosure to make. Okay, seeing no disclosures. I'd like to swear in the members of the public who are in the queue to speak. I think Daniel's up first. Daniel, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thanks. And I think David McKinney is also in the queue. And he'll go through our formal MGPL position. But I wanted to mention that, a few things that the property applicant was saying, it concerns me. And I wonder, as far as, maybe during COVID, there's been a lack of communication with the staff. But I want to be very clear that when you renovate a historic property and you go past the 50% rule, there is not a requirement to elevate the property to the new floodplain. And that's actually quite a large incentive of having a historic property, that's not something that the owner has to do. So I think it's very important for the board to understand that, to realize that, and also for the city to continue educating the staff so that they could better educate property owners. There's no requirement to elevate the other structure that is now being proposed to be demolished because they're claiming that it can't be elevated. So it's sort of this domino effect due to lack of communication. I'm also, just looking at the engineer's report, things like rebar and concrete and wood, these are basic issues with older buildings that architects frequently fix and renovate. And so we, and David will talk about our official position, but we think this does merit more study before saying sayonara to this simple but beautiful contributing structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Anyone else in the queue? David McKinney.
David McKinney is in the queue.
And David, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. First of all, we do appreciate the extra effort that the applicant has gone through. And in coming to this decision for the Preservation League, we did not come by it lightly. What we're asking for is basically an independent engineering evaluation that takes into account the historic preservation incentives for restoration rehabilitation that are not subject to the regulations for new construction. We think that to lose a building and not to go this extra mile, there's not only sets a bad precedent, but we're changing drastically a streetscape for the city. We're losing an aspect of how that streetscape has evolved over time. And to do this without dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's is just concerning to us as the Preservation League. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I think that should probably, any further comments from the public? Seeing none, let's close public comment and move on to board discussion. Who would like to go first? Scott?
Sure. This is a project that we did hear from before. And I guess my concern that I expressed last time remains with this, and that is that the proposed new building on the northwest corner of the lot just seems completely out of place on that street. You know, as staff mentioned, the existing front setbacks on that block of Lenox Avenue are quite substantial. I think the only building that doesn't have a rather large front setback is the one immediately to the north of this lot. But when you look at I forgot what page it was on, but an aerial view of the street, you could see all the structures are set back quite a bit. That's my main concern. As far as the demolition, I hate to see that building go. I do believe really no matter what condition an old building is in, especially a smaller one, a single family home, they can be renovated and fixed. It may basically, you're demolishing the entire thing piecemeal and rebuilding it. So it's almost like a total demolition if they were to keep that building there. So as far as the demolition, I'm not opposed to that. However, what's being proposed to take its place is just out of I don't want to say out of scale, but out of dimensions with the neighborhood. The front setback is just is not where I guess I'd like to see it. I don't have an issue with the side setbacks. If this was a single lot, they'd be able to have the 7'6" setback, which they're proposing. Well, they're, I guess, a little greater than that. So I'm not opposed to that. My concern is with the front setback. And if what they're asking is, the demolition of I don't want to say really significant building, but a building that does have some nice features. If they're asking for that, then I just, I'm willing to go along with that, but I'm not with what's being proposed to take its place. So that's my main concern. We appreciate the other building, the condition that the other building's in and the work that's going to be happening there. But I just don't see that building being placed at that part of the lot. It just looks just out of place for the neighborhood.
Thank you, Scott. Kirk?
Sorry about that. Hi. We had a vigorous discussion about this project the last time. And I don't want to cover ground we've already covered. Couple of points I want to make, and I'd like to maybe just have a brief bit of clarity on this because I don't understand. I think the new proposed building design is really nicely done. It's classic streamline. It's got beautiful, tastefully done proportions. But it's a recreation of a streamlined design that has no basis in the real world. And so whereas I love the design, it opens up a wider topic that I really need clarity on. And that is, we have an existing structure that actually predates the other structure on the lot, the Albert Annis structure, who is significant in its own right as a Miami Beach architect. And so, I understand, and Debbie, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I really want to have a little bit more clarity here. So assuming, and I'm just doing this as a hypothetical, that the building cannot be preserved. And I'm going to go on a sidebar on that later, but staff is making the recommendation that the existing structure not be recreated. And yet, where I have a real problem understanding is yet we're recreating a different piece of history, a streamlined structure that has no inspiration, no tribute whatsoever to Albert Annis and the original existing building. And we're okay with that. And I don't understand the philosophy behind that. And I don't want to put you on the spot. And if there is no further discussion to be had, then that's fine too. But I need that to be stated. The other thing, going back to the condition of the existing structure, I know this personally. Pretty much any building you renovate on Miami Beach has serious spalling issues. When I purchased my building, the entire support underneath needed to be sandblasted and re-supported, and it cost me a fortune. But that's common across Miami Beach. And in retrospect now, as part of this discussion, I could see whereby, I could have made the case that that building was not salvageable. And I think, it's concerning. It's concerning as a precedent that we're opening the door that because of a condition, spalling, which will exist for many buildings, if not most, if not almost all on Miami Beach, as a case for demolishing a contributing building. I don't understand that. And two other points, lastly, I'm going to go back to the point whereby I believe if only the facade, which is where I left on the last discussion, there's enough historic material there and documentation to show what the front facade looks like. So if we're recreating a non-existent streamlined building, I still do not understand why we could not instead take our inspiration and as a service to the historic district itself, not at minimum recreate or at least reinterpret the existing front facade of that building. And lastly, in terms of staff's recommendation for the setbacks, I agree with staff's recommendation. Moreover, the new building should not be screaming out, "Look at me," particularly if the existing contributing structure is demolished. It should follow the existing setback of the existing contributing structure, if not go even further back so it has less emphasis. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Very, very, very good points. Let's see. Nancy? Nancy? Okay, we'll skip Nancy for now. Barry?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I wasn't here at the first presentation, so maybe I'm missing some things, but the last comments I think were pretty spot on. But I have some basic questions for the applicant. I'm wondering, why was there a unity of title here? And why not maintain the front setbacks, which I think are required in this instance? Why two pools? It makes me think, why is there really a unity of title here? I see supposedly a single family lot with 3 buildings for living in one site, which probably 3 kitchens. So I wonder if there was some, it kind of looks like this is for rental, is what this looks to me. I wonder if that pool is raised, and from the graphics, it appears to be raised. Getting back to the demo, we've been told, there's been many times on Miami Beach, we've been told this building needs to come down. The Carl Rock House is one that is still there, didn't need to come down. If I were to buy into the demo and be told that the house needed to be demolished, then I would wonder why the new architecture is not relating to its surroundings while being of an architecture of its time, of its own time. And I don't see that. I see a stage set here, though it's very nice. It's an elegant, simple design, but yet when you raise it up compared to the other, at so close to the street, it certainly doesn't, in my mind, maintain that's what was mentioned by the applicant, that I think that the main house is really the jewel. This raising it up makes it like a Tiffany diamond set. But I would want to see this pushed back. I would want to see an architecture of its time. I would like to see an independent structural review to show us what's what. And as far as the comment from MDPL, though they may not need to raise to current flood elevation, I think that would be a foolhardy thing to do in this situation. We know what the environment is here, and to recreate something, I'm sitting in a structure here that finished floor is at 5.5 feet. Not good. So I wouldn't do that unless other environments or technologies were employed to overcome possible flood. So this would not get my vote as is. I would want to see an independent study of what makes this reason for demo. And I would want to see the front setback. And I do want to understand why there is a unity of title on this property. I think that's it for me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Barry. Max?
Yeah, I think this project is a difficult trade-off that we're going to continue to see, where anytime we're talking about demolition of a structure like this, I think point well taken from the MDPL comment, there has to be a very high bar. I think the applicant has taken the due diligence to explore the alternatives and not just jump to demolition in this case. Picking up on something that Kirk mentioned, and what is the case for demolition, I think condition is a component of it, but there's also the significance, and it's going to be incumbent on us as a board and in considering the input and the analysis from city staff and making the difficult decisions about what are the styles or the individual structures that we do want to maintain going forward. And I was going to make a similar comment to what Barry just mentioned with that conversation about incentives. I think you can view it through the MDPL comment, the lens of an incentive for you don't have to do the extra work of elevating the structure if you're maintaining if you're recreating the historic structure. But that I think that logic can be problematic, and it warrants a further discussion about what are incentives, what are we trying to incentivize. But in this case, I think it's a difficult trade-off in looking at the good of elevating a structure. If we can find a solution that works on the design and with the setback, I agree with the point that having it be higher and so far forward, it can detract from, if we're saying that 1225 is the focal point, the layout of, or the positioning of 1235 kind of says otherwise. And yeah, that was my comment. I think it's a trade-off we're going to be seeing more of. But I'd like to see those other points about the positioning resolved.
Thank you, Nancy, are you there?
Well,
Nancy?
I agree with everything I've heard here. I'm surprised that this project has come back basically the same as we heard last time. I recall that I asked that there be an independent study by some other architect or planner or somebody, so that we can be sure. We've had too many people who come and they do not follow what instructions they had first. So now we're sitting here the second time hearing about the same things. And I hope that this time the owners will understand what we are trying to say. We're a preservation board, we're not a remodeling board. So I think they need to consider saving the building. When I first opened the pages the last time, I thought, what a wonderful looking project. But it was the old project that has been deteriorating and doesn't fit in today somehow. But it was the most impressive part of the whole presentation. And I agree with the rest of what the board said.
Thank you, Nancy. Rick? Rick?
Yes, hi. Sorry, just getting unmuted. I really sympathize with the applicant here. There were a number of structural issues. They went out and got a professional report. To tell them that that's not enough, I think is quite unfair. I think that their site plan is, following the rules. I think they're allowed to do this unity of title. I think the setback is what's on the books. I think there's a prejudice here against traditional architecture. And I apologize to the architect, Mr. Chauvin's associate, who I think have done a wonderful job. They're not from our community. They're here from Vero Beach. They do excellent work, and I appreciate the proposal. And you have my support. You also have the support of the Flamingo Park West Neighborhood Association, which hasn't been mentioned yet, but which was submitted to the board just yesterday. And I think that's very important, that the neighbors are supportive of this.
Thank you, Rick. Is there anyone else other than myself? I don't think so. Okay, my turn. Okay, you have a no vote for me on this project for the same reasons that basically Kirk and Barry have explained. I won't repeat them, but I agree with Daniel Serrano and MDPL's comments. I have seen the name of the structural engineer several times before, and if my memory serves me correctly, almost always, one shouldn't generalize, but I remember there's always a leaning toward stating that the historic building can't be saved engineering-wise, and he gives the reasons. I agree with MDPL that I think an independent engineering firm should be brought in, preferably one that has real preservation experience, and that represents possibly the philosophy that MDPL backs as a counter to this one engineering firm. Also, I think the setback is crucially important. I don't understand why a new building has to be placed in front of all the historic elders on its block and shout out, "I'm new, I'm fabulous, look at me," as opposed to what the owners have said they want to preserve and create as the Tiffany Jewel 1225. Also, as far as raising is concerned, if if the structure is so bad and if it's determined that the building as it sits can't be restored but needs to be, I hate to use the word replaced, but that's what the other option is. It could be reconstructed on a higher floodplain if that was an absolute requirement that Max alluded to. I am for sustainability, but I am also for preservation. And I think the setback line here is crucially important. And the historic building obviously has that. And it has significant architecture. It's by a very significant architect. And I think it's crucially important that we look at preserving architecture of important architects, if at all possible, and not just succumbing to something kind of in a workshop style that really is not on that block, is really not in that part of Miami Beach, and is not appropriate. So I think that it should go back to Debbie and the Historic Preservation Office and see about preserving the building. And if it absolutely is shown through another report that it can't be, to present a piece of architecture that is in keeping with the block, City of Miami Beach, and that does not shout out, I'm new, I'm the most important thing. So that's where I stand on this. It appears to me, we'll take a vote, but it appears to me that all we need is 2 votes to say no to this. And I think there are many more than 2 votes in question here. So I'd like to take a vote on the project as it has been presented, and then we can come back and suggest to Debbie that she look at this again. Because I think the deck should be cleared for a second look, and the only way to do that is to take a vote or a straw vote or whatever we decide to do. Is that okay with everyone, or does someone else have another suggestion?
May I speak to the issue, please?
Not yet. Let's decide how we want to do this.
Just a clarification. If we're talking about the existing application, is there room within that to incorporate the staff recommendation of adjusting the setback, but allowing the project to move forward overall? Is that what we're saying for the existing?
I personally am not happy with that. I'm not happy with that. No, myself. I can't speak for anyone else. I think it's very important that it be looked at as not a fait accompli, that just because someone wants to demolish it and gives a rationale, that we accept that at face value the first go round. And we haven't voted on this before. So I think the historic building deserves at least a defense to that point.
Jack, you were asking for a motion, right? So technically anyone could put the motion forward so the board gets to vote on it.
Straw vote. Debbie, can you tell us what is?
Sure.
Appropriate here?
So let me just go through the requirements here. This application involves 2 variances as well as demolition. So this will require, in order to be approved, 5 affirmative votes. The board may make a motion to approve with staff conditions, approve with other conditions. Again, that needs 5 out of 7 board members to approve that. The board also has the ability to make a motion to deny the project or to continue the project. If any board member, if the board votes to continue the project, we could talk at that point about requirements that may or may not be permitted, by this board. I know there was some discussion about an independent structural engineer. I can discuss that with you if that's the motion to continue and ask for more information from the applicant. I think we are running a little bit long on time, so I think if there is a motion from any of the board members, that this would be a good time to hear a motion, to see if we have a second, and then we can discuss it further once we have a motion and a second.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Who would like to make a motion?
I would make a motion to continue it. I think it brings up the question of how much time you actually need. I know that as part of that motion, we're asking for an independent review. I believe that's what the consensus I heard was. And then probably I'm interjecting that probably if the independent review is making the conclusion that the building can't be saved, that the staff and the applicant are going to want direction of where they go from there and what the consensus of the board is.
Okay.
I think if we're going to request an independent structural review, I think we need to define that. I don't know what that is.
Okay,
I think
so
I even used the term myself, and that needs
Barry,
definition.
What I would recommend is that the motion of the board would just be a simple continuance. And then we can give direction. If the board votes in favor to continue the application, I would recommend it be continued to the August 11th, 2020 meeting. Then we can discuss direction from the board to the applicant. One of those things could include directing the planning department to get their structural engineering study that was submitted peer reviewed. I do not believe, Nick and I have been discussing this a little bit. I do not believe the board can require an independent structural engineer's report separate and apart from the report that they've already submitted, but we can request a peer review. So an independent structural engineer would review the report that has already been submitted and report back to the planning department, which we would transmit to the board. But the motion that's on the table right now, if it is for continuance, should just be for a continuance. Then we can give direction to the applicant on what you would like to see come back to you at the August meeting.
So I'll make a motion to continue this item to the August HPB meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Max? Okay, Max opposed.
And I'm going to abstain.
You can't abstain.
You can't abstain. Sorry. If you're present, you have to vote.
Well, I'm not in favor of continuing it. I want to vote to approve it.
So your vote would be against the continuance.
Okay, I vote against the continuance.
Are there any other board members who are voting against the continuance?
I am. I don't want to continue.
So the continuance passes 5-2.
Thank you, Nick. So members of the board, I think some direction to the applicant would be warranted at this time. Is it the consensus of the board of the members who voted to continue the item, you would like to see a peer review of the structural report that was submitted? And I think it would also be helpful to the applicant to get some direction with regard to reconstruction, if that's something you would like to see. That is not something staff is recommending. We are recommending some minor changes to the existing architecture and of course the additional setbacks, which I think there was consensus from all of the board members on. But at this point, I'm hearing direction that you would like a peer review done of the report and maybe some further design development of the new house, if it is going to be a new house.
Right.
I have a couple comments, if I may.
Sure.
I would like to see the project come back. I would like to see the front setback increased. If the project is deemed if the existing building is deemed to demolish it, I am not asking for an unsympathetic, non-contextual building to the neighborhood. I am only asking for a building that relates to the neighborhood without being an imagined reconstruction of a 1940s building. I am asking for something that relates to its area, but has an architecture of its own time. And I think that's been the movement of this board for quite some time, or at least it was when I sat on this board years ago, that buildings need to be of their time, not the rule here is not to mimic, to dream up something that we think should have been created some number of years ago. And I would be in favor of the side yard setback variance if the building was pushed back. I will be in favor of raising the building, a new building if it occurs. I will be in favor of a higher finished floor elevation if it's moved back, and that was all.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I'd like to interject. I just received an email from Mr. Sturaldo. I want to be clear as to what the code provides as far as which kinds of reports can be requested. Under 118-6, the board or staff can require an applicant to cover the cost of a peer review conducted by a consultant that is on the city's, a city-approved list of vendors. As a separate matter, there's a requirement. There's a provision in the historic preservation article of the code that provides that the HPB, for applications involving the full demolition of any contributing building, structure, or site individually designated, may request the city to retain a licensed independent structural engineer with expertise in historic structures to perform an independent evaluation. The city commission then has, within its sole discretion, may review the request, and it would require an appropriation of funds to cover the costs associated with the retention of the independent engineer. So there are sort of two separate tracks here that that I think either one of which the board could request the applicant take.
I have a question.
Yes, Nancy.
Yes,
Nancy. Yes.
I have a question. The first process that you talked about, these are the people who are on a given list who applied to the city for these kind of projects. The reason I'm asking it is I would like to see someone who is familiar with historic preservation projects. You don't send somebody in who has never seen a building being preserved or changed or demolished. So that's my question. What's in that first category? What kind of...
Nancy, the city's procurement department has the list of the approved city consultants. Those go through an RFQ process where you have a selection committee and then ultimately the city manager's recommendation and city commission authorization. So we have a list. I have been on those selection committees in the past. There is, for a lot of the categories, what we're going to be dealing with, there are requirements as part of the RFQ process that engineers or architects have experience in historic preservation. But at this point, we would have to select someone from that approved procurement list. We wouldn't be going out and just interviewing people, for example, for the job. We would select from that list. I don't know exactly who's on that list at this very moment, but the city would be going through the procurement department for that. That would be for a peer review. The other avenue in the code, which is in the historic preservation section, would require city commission authorization and funding to be allocated by the city. So I would recommend that a peer review in this case would be sufficient. Now it's up to the board if you would like to go through the longer process and try to bring something to the commission at some point.
My question was not I think the peer review is fine. I'm just concerned about how the person is selected and whether can we request that they have historic preservation experience?
They're selected through the procurement process. There's a pool of engineers that have already been selected.
I understand that, but among the pool, are there qualified people who have worked with preservation during their, at least during the time they've been part of this?
Can't we put a caveat to the first?
That's fine. I agree with that, but can we?
Well, we can't. I don't know if we are going to be able. There's like a rotating list, and we can't go in and pick exactly who we want always. I don't have that list in front of me. I believe there are, if not all of the architects and engineers that the city selects for this type of thing, part of the RFQ does include historic preservation experience. But again, there's not one person choosing these consultants. There's a panel of people, and then ultimately it's a city commission. I'm confident, because I've been through enough of procurement processes, that we have highly qualified professionals on our list of architects and engineers that we can choose from. I'm very confident about that.
I trust that.
Okay, so do we have to have a new motion for this?
No, this is just direction to the applicant, what you expect to see when the project is coming back in August, excuse me, because we have approved the continuance to August.
I do think we should allow, maybe before we go forward, allow the applicant to speak now. I mean, after he's heard our concerns. I mean, we normally do that when we meet, so I think we should hear from him.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Will the applicant like to make a comment?
Thank you. I appreciate it. I think we wanted to just make sure that we cleared up some points, because some of the things are implied. We had different incentives in it, which was not true. First of all, the unification was required because if we did not unify the properties, if they were separate properties, and the existing building was deemed unable to be remodeled or renovated, it was required in order to keep the size of the guest house down to a minimum. Normally, it's required on a new construction on a lot that would be a minimum of 1,800 square feet. This house is 1,000 square feet. So in order to achieve that smaller scale and not to compete with the other house, we chose to unify the properties so that this could be achieved. Secondly, the raising of the house is required. If it is not attached to the existing house as an addition, then it has to be raised to the new FEMA level. That's a requirement. That's not us. It's the building department. It's FEMA. That's what it is. In terms of the setback, the reason for the setback and the reason we chose to place it there, one was to relate to the house to the north. Secondly, on the next corner up, it has a similar setback. So we use that. We also use a similar modern version of the house on the next corner up, so that it was in keeping with the neighborhood. The next thing I wanted to point out is the reason also for setting it up was to give some space to the garden, which we could actually bring up a slide, but it was of the original house in a sort of more open setting. So the point being is, one, we tried I also wanted to speak actually to the point that we did our research. We received the names of the consultants that we used from prior board members for the engineer and for the architects, all of whom have experience in historic buildings. The structural engineer did concrete testing, and it showed that typical of that time, they often used beach sand in the concrete. And therefore, that's what was causing the deterioration of the structure. It is determined that we cannot repair these beams. They have to be demolished and reconstructed. We felt that the engineer, we did not lead the witness in any case. We wanted their opinion, and that's what they told us. We will give you our opinion regardless of whether it comes down on your side or the other side. So we feel all the consultants, 2 architects and the engineer, were all independent. I want to make clear that the setbacks are there. It does relate both to the house to the north and the next one on the next corner.
And so we feel that there is that pattern that is in this neighborhood. So one, by allowing it to be made smaller and not compete with the main house. Two, with these setbacks relating more substantially to the neighborhood in terms of the side setbacks and the front setback, we feel that we've been in keeping with the neighborhood and with the intent of the board. So some of these things I want to point out are not by our doing, it's by the city of Miami and by and FEMA. So most of these things, those being said, you're giving us direction that we cannot necessarily comply with. So it's we've done our homework. We've worked we've actually seen even different opinions on the architecture itself. That yes, it's in keeping. Yes, it's in scale. But then others say no, it's not. Well, usually that means by having some on one side and some on the other that we're in the middle. We would like to have direction on all levels because we've been put off and a lot of expense being incurred by the owners to try to comply. Going on without something definitive is just asking them to spend more money, more time, and not enjoy. Meanwhile, the building itself is further deteriorating because it's in terrible shape.
Thank you. I need to disagree with something you said based on fact. You keep saying the house, if it remains, needs to be raised. That is not true. It is a contributing building as it stands, and therefore it is not required to be raised if renovated. It may be advantageous to do so, but it is not necessarily required. I think that's even what Max mentioned before.
I apologize, but I think I was referring to the new construction. The new construction, if it's not attached to the existing building, has to be raised, not the existing building.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Debbie, where do we go from here?
Yeah, I mean, I think I think the applicant should have clear direction. Staff is available. Please reach out to us. We can set up a meeting to go over, the process moving forward, but the application has been continued to the August 11th meeting. Staff is available again to work with the applicant to bring something back to the board in August that's consistent with the direction that we've heard today. So I think in the matter of time, we should move on to the next application on the agenda because we are running behind, and I need to let everyone who's joined the meeting know we do have a hard stop at 3 p.m. and we have quite a few more applications to get through today.
I completely understand. Thank you. Let's move on to the next one.
Okay, the next one I think should be very brief. This is HPB file 20-0375, 1671 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness for the renovation of the hotel. Specifically, the applicant is requesting a modification of condition 1C1D. This is specific to the plumbing and electrical conditions of the previously approved lobby bar. So the previous C of A, the board had approved the introduction of a small bar within that lobby area. At that time, there were not details presented with regard to how the plumbing systems were going to work. So there was a condition placed in that order that requires that any of these connections not be penetrated through the floor in order to avoid trenching of the original terrazzo, etc. At this point, we have seen construction documents presented by the architect. And in terms of their engineering, the mechanical and plumbing and electrical engineering, they have proposed to create a small 8-inch penetration through the terrazzo. So it's one hole. There will be no trenching required for all of the conduit to be funneled through and connected to the bar. It's important to note that this portion of the terrazzo flooring does not contain any pattern, doesn't contain any design for this portion, so it will be very easy to repair in the future. Again, it's limited to a small area. Staff is very supportive of the project and are recommending approval. I know the applicant is here on the line. I'm not sure if the board needs a presentation on that, but I know the architect, Victor Rodriguez, and a representative from the hotel are available.
Does any board member request a presentation?
No.
Everyone says no?
We don't presentation.
No, but I did have one question though.
All right.
I mean, I don't have an issue with this at all. I just want to ask a question. That 8-inch piping below, I guess that's going to be installed laterally from the exterior of the building. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, that it's going to be underneath the exterior of the building. But if Victor Rodriguez wants to answer that question, we should also open this up after board questions to public. But is Victor, can you explain the routing of that conduit area? It's underneath the building, correct?
Do I need to say yes?
Yeah, yes, thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, that is the concept is to the lobby is elevated with respect to the side of the building, the setback, and the idea is to bring the pipes, the conduits, underneath the slab with a sleeve big enough to have the drainage, the water, and the electrical through it. So and you can see a detail that we prepared that is in the slides that we submitted, is in the sheet A7, the last one. The last one, the last sheet.
Mm-hmm. I guess you've spoken with whoever's going to do it, the plumber, that they won't have an issue with, in other words, just an 8-inch hole in the slab. They'll be able to attach an elbow to that sleeve to bring it up. In other words, you're working in such a small area because the diameter of your opening is the same diameter of your sleeve. So it just looks like the hole might need to be a little bit bigger is what I'm getting at. I mean, it probably could be done, but it's a little tricky. My only other question is, have you talked to the building department and would they approve this or the way these lines are going in?
We have discussed this with the general contractor, and they gave us the okay that they can work under the slab and have the sleeve. Remember, we have drainage, and it is drainage for the sinks, so that is 2 inches, and then we have the conduits for electrical that is 1 inch, and for the water, you have ½ inch, so it is very very small diameters that we have there. With respect to the city, we haven't gone for permitting for this specific yet because we were waiting to have this approval and not go in front. We're going to show this as a revision to our, because we already applied for a permit, but we're going to present a revision to the plans once we have the approval.
I just think it's interesting to see what the building department says about that, if that's something that they would allow, because obviously they need to see the lines when they go in, but it's such a short distance that, well, I guess we'll find out.
They'll see the lines at the connections.
Yeah.
They don't need to see every.
Well, sometimes they want to see a line they want to see how the lines may be supported in the sleeve and that kind of thing. So that's my reference.
Yeah.
The foam, yes. That's what I asked. In other words, you're going to put foam in. I'm just curious on how the city sees it. That's all. But I think it'll be okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, we wanted to also thank you for the great care that you take with this fabulous hotel and all the good things that you have done and plan to do for it. Thank you. Okay,
I have
Debbie.
two questions, if I could.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry, Barry.
Okay, so one, I'd want assurance that if and when the day comes that the bar you decide is not a good option for the historic lobby, that you want to change that the 8-inch diameter hole be repaired to match the existing, which I think it can be. I had the pleasure and the opportunity of working on this building as the owner's rep at one point of this lobby, and the terrazzo work was restored incredibly, and so I know it can be done. Secondly, this slab is a structural slab.
Well, the plans that we have show that there is a structural slab. We don't know for fact. That's also one of the reasons that we proposed that after the insertion of the sleeve, not only the foam will happen inside the sleeve, but also in the exterior. So you don't have voids.
Okay. I have no problem with it.
Okay, thank you, Barry, very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else have comments?
Yeah, I do. I just want to say, I mean, I'm supportive of this. The only thing was a little ambiguous to me, and maybe I was the only one in looking at the proposal, because it never said anywhere 8-inch diameter circular penetration. And so I wasn't really sure 8 inches by what. And so my only question is, just for clarification, if the order should just say 8-inch circular diameter penetration, and that makes it very clear that it's 8 inches round, which it doesn't really say that otherwise.
Thank you, Kirk. Is there any public comment on this project? Any public comment? Okay.
I don't see any public comment, so we can close the public hearing.
Okay, close the public hearing.
I'll move it.
We should open this for any board discussion.
I thought we just had board discussion.
Okay, let's have
Can
Nancy.
we just do board discussion?
Let's take a vote then.
Okay, I move it.
Okay, second.
Second.
Kirk. Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so moved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And
I just want to interject. My name is Ronnie Ben Joseph, and we are the family that owns the Sagamore. And I just want to thank, all of you, the chair, the staff, obviously the board members. I mean, we are, have a long-term vision, for this asset. We love this asset, and we're going to do everything that takes in order to bring it back to its glory. And, we're looking for, a long-term partnership with all of you.
We greatly appreciate the care and joy you take in maintaining the building, and look forward to working with you in any way possible into the future. Thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you.
Even in these strange, crazy times. I think it brings us all closer, which is good.
Thanks so very much.
Take care.
Okay, you too. Okay. We voted on that. So moving on then, Debbie?
Yes, the next application on the agenda is HPB 20-0376, 3425 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the existing 16-story hotel building, including the demolition of the 1955 addition, the construction of a new 16 story detached ground level addition. So that was the previously approved project. The applicant is currently requesting modifications relative only to the contributing rear side portion of the project, including the design modifications to the public interior, partial demolition and expansion of the floor plates eastward, and modifications to the rooftop addition, including variances from the required side-facing street setbacks. This particular property has a very lengthy history in front of the Historic Preservation Board, dating back to 2011, when an initial restoration and addition was approved for this site. That project never went forward. A new project came before the board in 2014 that was approved. That modified the site plan, including the removal of the 1955 addition to make way for the new tower at the south portion of the site. Modifications to that project were then approved in 2016, and a building permit was actually issued for that particular project. Since the time the building permit was issued, there has been pretty extensive work done on the site, including the removal of the 1955 addition and some significant demolition work, not only of the site to prepare for the new tower, but also with the existing rear side. The board has expressed concern over the past 2 years regarding the condition of the building. The property owner has appeared many times in front of the board to provide periodic updates. We were happy to report to the board several months ago that we had met with the property owner at the beginning of 2020. At that point, they did advise us of a new partnership. That partnership was with Oko Group and Aman Resorts. And the desire at that point was to revert the historic Versailles Tower back to its hotel use, which is the original use. It was previously approved as condominium units, to be used as an Aman hotel within the city. So that was extremely positive news. In order to accommodate this new hotel use and their programmatic requirements for Aman, they are requesting some modifications, which is what we're going to be talking about today. Those modifications are primarily specific to the east facade and the extension of that floor plate, which will require a lot of demolition along the east side. It's important to note that the previous project did include also modifications to the east side, just not as extensive as they are currently proposed. It also for their programmatic needs, in order to install the vertical circulation core that is required for the hotel, they are proposing to reorient the existing lobby from its original geometry. And they are proposing a rooftop addition. Now, we did note in our report, which I know is very lengthy, the positive aspects of this project in terms of improving upon, in staff's opinion, what had previously been approved. Specifically, we are pleased that the original use is going to be restored. We are pleased that the original Gulfstream ballroom on the north side of the property, which was previously approved for total demolition, is now proposed to be reconstructed. We do have historical documentation for that portion, so we want to thank the applicant for proposing to reconstruct that. The north and south facades of the building, which had previously been approved for substantial alterations, are now proposed to be fully restored in accordance with the historic documentation. And the original rooftop structures are proposed to be reintroduced and restored, which were previously approved for demolition. Staff has gone through each of the areas of the project that are requesting to be approved today, including the east floor plate extension, which does include the variances. So the variances are limited to the area along the north side of the property to extend the existing setback. So they are not going to be encroaching any more than the existing building already does. But in order to build that new floor area, they are required to obtain a variance. The staff has no objection to the variance overall. We do believe there are some really positive, significant improvements over and above what was previously approved by the board. And we are recommending approval and are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Let's go for the presentation. Is there a presentation?
Yes. Yeah, so, Mr. Chair, I'd like to, at this time, to swear in the applicant and any members of the applicant's team who are going to be testifying today. So, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Anyone else on your team testifying today?
Yes, Richard Heisenbottle and Luis Revuelta, who are on.
Okay, Richard and Luis, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
My apologies,
I'm on mute. I do, and it does. I do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Notice that there's 3 PowerPoints. Which one do we want to go with first? The RAI, is it the Gulfstream or the developer presentation?
The developer presentation first.
Perfect. Okay. All right, I'll cue that up for you right now.
Okay, I'll wait till that's queued up.
No problem. All right. Screen.
There we go. Good morning, Neeson Kasson, Ackerman LLP, representing 3425 Collins Avenue. This is the Aman Hotel and Residences project, of course, the Versailles Historic Roy France Versailles Hotel. With me today presenting as well is Luis Revuelta and Richard Heisenbottle, who are architects on the project. We also have the owner present if you have any questions, Oktay Sine of OKO Group. Debbie's report has been quite thorough, so I'll try to go through this as quickly as possible. I would also point out that this matter came before this board in February with a similar presentation, on a preliminary presentation as to whether or not we should continue to develop the plans in the direction we would have confidence from direction from the board to do that. And so we have done that. The board, this was very well received by the board and the staff. And another thing that I'd like to put in context as well, this is part of the overall project for the site of the former Versailles Hotel. We are dealing today only with the renovation and redevelopment of the original Versailles Roy France Tower. In the future, what will come before you is a modification of the previously approved new condominium tower on the south side of the property. That is not before you today. We're only here on the historic tower. With that said, I'd like to take, I know we have, I think, a couple of new board members. I'd like to take just a couple of minutes to go through the client sponsor. Although this is part of the Faena District, it is a joint venture between Access Industries, the owner of Faena District, and the OKO Group, which is developing condominiums and luxury properties and offices in Miami and other cities, but most significantly owns Aman Hotel and Resorts. And these first series of slides, I'd ask the city to just go through them fairly quickly until we reach to slide 17 to talk to you about Aman Hotels. Aman is widely considered the top hotel brand in the world. It is known for having small properties. Initially, those properties were in more exotic resort destinations and locations. You can continue, if you would, to move through some of the slides. And this is showing you some of the existing Aman properties and resorts around the world. Continue. Continue, please. Continue. So one of the signatures of the Aman properties is how sensitive they are to both the environment as well as to historic and archaeological areas that they're located in. If we can continue forward. Continue. Continue. Continue, please. Continue. Next. 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 Now we're going to we stop on that for a moment. This is the existing Aman portfolio of hotels. As you can see, many are in Asia and we're in resort destinations and locations. 12 of the resorts and hotels are contained in or are part of UNESCO World Heritage Sites. So this is actually one of the things that they are known for, is the contextual nature and the sensitivity to preservation and the environment. That's why a large percentage of the resorts are located in those kind of locations. If we can continue forward. Continue. Most significantly, in the last few years, Aman has been moving into urban environments, taking historic properties and restoring them for their hotels and residences. The picture you are seeing now is one of their very newest ones, which is the Crown Building in New York City, which they have not only magnificently restored as a hotel and residences, and I think it's open or about to open. Continue, please. The Aman Sveti Stefan, UNESCO World Heritage Site. Continue. The next one, you see the Aman in Venice. Go back, if you would. The Aman in Venice, of course, one of the most historic cities in the world. And it was a property was converted by Aman into a hotel. Continue the next one. This summer was the Beijing Summer Palace, dating back over a century, which they have restored and made into accommodations. Continue the next one. And this one, which is the Aman Yangyun in Shanghai, just read for one moment the caption there. It's a culmination of ambitious feat of architectural and ecological conservation. 13 remastered Ming and Qing dynasty villas were carefully moved brick by brick from Fuzhou to become an integral part of Aman's fourth destination in China. So this shows you the extent, nature, and commitment Aman has to historic sites, nature, as well, and attention to detail in restoring and developing properties in those locations. Go to the next slide, please. I think that at this point we would go to the second PowerPoint.
All right. And which one is that one that we're going to go with next? Is that Gulfstream or the RAI?
RAI.
Bringing it up now. Okay.
Okay. These are images of the Versailles Hotel, built in 1940, designed by Roy France, over its time period from its creation to the addition that was put on in the 1950s to its current state. Go to the next slide, please. I'd like to take a moment to talk about the evolution and the history of this property and what was done. In the 1950s, there was an addition added to attaching to the south facade and creating a wing on the south side as well, which was of no architectural merit and actually detracted from the property. Next slide. There was an addition approved in 2011 prior to it becoming part of the Faena District and Access Industries, which included this addition being built to the rear as well as a renovation of the existing property. When this property was purchased, if we can go to the next slide. Before that, let me mention this. This section of Collins Avenue, the John Collins Historic District, the most
2 minutes
important
remaining, Neeson.
The most important architectural features are buildings or hotels of similar era, such as the Cadillac, also by Roy France, the Crown by Nellenbogen, and you can see the unsympathetic additions and treatments, or less sympathetic additions and treatments that were added to those hotels. Next slide. And what we are proposing to do, as you will see by the presentation by Luis and Richard Heisenbottle, is to restore this to not only its historic original use as a hotel, it won't be residential, but to the height of grandeur as an Aman hotel. I would ask the chair if Rich and Luis can have 10 minutes for the remainder of the presentation.
Granted.
Thank you. Now I'll turn it over to Richard Heisenbottle and Luis Revuelta.
And thank you very much, Neeson, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and board members, and city attorney. It is great to be in front of you today and be able to present this amazing product. But I think it was important to hear the history of Aman and to understand the opportunity that we have here. So we are Louis as architect of record and myself as preservation architect for Aman on this project are excited about the ability we have here to enhance everything that has been previously done or previously approved for the project going forward. And so what you're going to see as we go through the next group of slides is exactly how we propose to do that. Excuse me, I'm going to run a little bit faster and talk a little bit faster than normal. Let's go to the next slide here, which of course everybody I think knows exactly where this is in the historic district. So we're going to forego any further discussion on that in case anyone gets confused. We'll go back over it. Next, please. And as Neeson has previously said, but we want to just make it abundantly clear. Today's discussion is not to involve the condominium or any of its surroundings of the condominium tower, which will be next to this to the south. It will be confined to the area that you see in pink on the screen that includes the old Gulfstream Hotel. Excuse me, Gulfstream room, as well as the historic hotel proper. So next, please. And we thought that in light of all that has gone on with this building prior to today, the previous COAs, the previous demolitions, that it would be good to show you what we have to begin with here as going forward. So we wanted to show you the existing conditions, and you're looking at in the upper right, of course, at the front facade of the hotel now. So there's been a lot of prior demolition to our taking over responsibility for the project. Go to the next one. And I think the next one as well. And as you can see now I believe we're looking at the south elevation, and go ahead to the next one, where the adjoining building 1955 addition, as Deborah so well described, once stood. And again, I believe that at this point we're looking at this from the east elevation. So keep going. Did we miss anything in there? Just to let you know about not only is the exterior in the kind of unfortunate, seriously deteriorated condition, but the interior has also in that same sort of condition. We're looking at what remains of some of the lobby columns, and we'll talk more about those later on. Go forward. And just to give you a view, so you understand the extent of damage here and the current condition of the building on the interior as well. Next. So we thought that rather than starting at the bottom and going up, we might surprise you and start explaining this project from the top down, and so what you're looking at now is the historic roof plan with 2 stairs on the left-hand side, and then what I would rather call, instead of the overall roof plan, I'd rather call it the upper roof plan. So this is what the upper roof and the floor immediately below once looked like, and we propose to return the area to the east, to the north, and to the south to those configurations. Let us go just to the next slide. And this is the current situation, just to give you an idea of what has been previously demolished from that those roof plans. Next. And then it's important in this case to understand previous COAs that have been approved by other boards and some of that additional work that has already gone on. On the left-hand side, you see one of the previously approved plans that called for 2 circular stairways on either side of what was really the front facade, and a complete redo of the core. Swimming pools are being added, and in the exterior stairs that mark the north and south side were being removed, and an addition was also proposed at the rear. Next. On the left, you're seeing that our proposal, and that is to remove those circular stairways, go back to the original front facade, take the 2 stairways that are here shown in this gray-green, I guess, on the north and south sides, and put those back on the building because they complete the original the Roy France form, but also allow us to screen the rear addition that you're seeing, this restaurant addition that will be up at the roof. Go to the next slide. And as you're going to see, as you see here in the previous scenario, that those circular stairways that we were referring to earlier were actually very visible from Collins Avenue, from the other side of the street, and we're changing that scenario for the better, we believe. Next. And now you can see that same sort of section where we do not see what is going on the roof, but we also put the 2 stairs, the north and south stair, back, and they provide an added buffer for the addition that you see on the right-hand side. The addition. Next. And this was a previous. I think if you look carefully onto this early rendering, you see how the previously approved view was very visible from the street and detrimental to the original Roy France forms of the building. Next. And while this is a very preliminary rendering, you can see how in the new scenario the rendering illustrates just how the view is now returned to what it historically was. Next. Now this is the original floor plate, and I'm going to let Louis kind of take over for a bit here and talk about the floor plates and the original and where we're going with the project.
Good morning, staff. Good morning, board. This is Luis Revuelta with Revuelta Architecture. As it was said before, we've been meeting with staff probably for about 6-7 months And the item, as you remember, came up for a special discussion. And the genesis was that in order to get this plate to an AMAN standard, we needed to revise the existing construction permit to be able to expand the plate and extend the terraces to the east, and be able to do whatever we needed to do structurally to get the building integrity preserved, stabilized, and be able to take a different approach than the previous approval. The previous approval had a substantial amount of repair, but still was leaving a certain amount, a substantial amount of concrete and structure from 1926. The building has a tremendous amount of columns, beams, girders, joists, coming at different places at different heights. And there was no way with the logistics of trying to get the, you can go to the next slide. This structure was meant for a hotel, had between 12 and 14 rooms. And what you can see here is one of the floors, the extent of the demolition and repair that was going to take place. There was a lot of thought in the decision-making process. And in the end, we recommended and suggested that in order to bring this building back, to stabilize it and preserve it, that we needed to, in a very careful, methodical manner, remove floor by floor and replace it very carefully. So the building would end up with a brand new interior structure, column-free, a post-tension system that will strengthen, obviously, the building for years to come.
You have one minute remaining.
It will provide the necessary height. The next slide. Next slide shows you the amount of repair and removal and that was going to take place. Next slide. This is the previous approval for a condominium use. As you can see, the stairs and the elevators are not suitable for a hotel and the requirements of AMAN. AMAN has a very low density, very few keys, very large suites, and there was no way that the AMAN standards could be designed for this condo layout. So the next slide shows you what the new core is: stairs complying with fire, requiring curb and fire requirements, 2 passenger elevators, 2 service elevators that are required by AMAN, and 6 suites, 3 to the east, 3 to the west. And they're very large suite, and you can see the space is column-free. All the structure now is in the perimeter, strengthening the perimeter, and with the central core, and that's the way that the live loads and the wind loads are being taken. And it shows the requested amount of expansion to the plate and extension of the terraces. Next slide.
Your time is up.
Mr. Chair, may we have just a few minutes more?
Yeah, let's try 2 more, but we really need to move on.
Okay. Next slide, please. We're going to begin to talk about the lobby and about the Gulfstream room at this point. This is one of the in really poor condition historic drawings that showed the original lobby in the original Gulfstream room. Next slide, please. And this is the area that was previously approved for demolition in the prior COA. Next, please. And as you can see from the prior COA, at one point there, where the Gulfstream room once stood, there was to be a swimming pool. There's no roof on this. There's no resemblance to the actual Gulfstream room.
Drapes on the windows.
Yeah. Next slide, please. And so what we are proposing is to completely reconstruct the historic Gulfstream dining room on the right hand side of this. We've been able to get from and dissect from all the original drawings exactly what that dining room looked like, and expect to be able to properly restore it on the outside, restoring the massing of the building. And what you're seeing here on the left side of this drawing is the new hotel, the new hotel lobby, shall I say, on the original, located right on the original entrance. Next slide, please. And this is just a quick preliminary view of how the nature of the new hotel lobby with replication of the original columns, the Roy France columns in that lobby. Next slide, please. And next, please. And so just to summarize here, this is the historic west elevation and the historic east elevation. And next, please.
2 minutes are up.
Okay, are you basically done, Richard?
I could probably use another minute. I will try to go as fast as I usually can. I apologize. Say again?
1 more minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to be careful here, this is our proposal on the left, the Aman proposal that restores that original front facade to as nicely as you saw it in that original rendering. You see it on the lower right-hand side of the east elevation with the old Gulfstream room, otherwise known as the Orangerie, are restored as well. Next slide, please. This is the historic south elevation, which has been torqued by many. Next, please.
We lost you.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, good. And this is a previously approved addition to the roof, previously approved rear to the Gulfstream room. Next, please. And this is the Aman proposal for restoring the Gulfstream room on the lower right-hand side to exactly the way it originally was, with the terrace additions in the back and at the roof. Next, please. And so when you view this from the north, you're going to find that the facade. This is a historical facade. Go to the next one.
Okay, 1 minute is up.
All right.
Okay, thank you. We really move on. Is there any public comment on this? I see three hands. Daniel, would you like to go first, please?
Actually, if David is here, maybe can he go first?
Okay, David, go first. Thank you.
And for the record, David was already sworn in on another item.
I want to say that the preservation aid went from their relief to joy over there are so many aspects of this application that have been enumerated by the staff, so we won't repeat them in a moment. We really applaud the applicant for restoring the hotel use of the Versailles Tower. We only have one issue, but it is a major issue, and that we cannot support the eastern expansion and the alteration of the eastern facade of the Versailles Tower. We believe that the applicant proposal destroys the integrity of the eastern facade and divorces it from the original design. The vertical emphasis is lost. The basic shape of the eastern part of the building is obscured. I want to remind us that the eastern facade is equal in importance as the western. From the opening sequence of the old Jackie Gleason's show to the opening sequence of the birdcage to the postcards of today remind us that the beach view of buildings is of equal importance to the street one. And in this case, there's even a more important aspect going on here. For the original design, there's a great interplay between the eastern and the western facades that basically employ the same design elements and reinterpret them, giving the tower two distinct but complementary facades. And also, what we're talking about in terms of the eastern facade is it's a substantial contribution to the architecture of the area. we also just have concerns that in terms of the Secretary's standards, the eastern facades seem to be working in they're in contradiction of them, altering the historic character of the facade instead of retaining this historic eastern facade, altering features, spaces, and spatial relationships that characterize the Versailles Tower instead of restoring them. And most importantly, I think also is altering the site and the environment for the beach itself, diminishing the historic character of the area as seen from the beach.
David, would you like to request another, your time's up. Would you like another minute?
May I have one more minute?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Again, we applaud the restoration of the Versailles Tower. We ask that the owner keep the historic eastern facade, and we also have a plea that you might investigate about returning the Jack Stewart mural Apollo back to the building. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, David. Daniel? Daniel?
Oh, okay, I think you could hear me now. Thank you. Well, David is much more eloquent than I am, so thank you, David. It was, okay, he made great points. I just want to really reiterate that, first of all, unfortunately, the applicant didn't ask MDPL to meet with them, so we would welcome that opportunity. If it does come back, this is a Roy France Art Deco skyscraper. It's almost like a Fabergé egg. And if you looked at the prior slide of the elevation of what was approved the last time when MDPL was very involved, you'll notice that there was very minimal demolition on the east side as far as how it would be put back together. There was some introduction of balconies, but it was mostly masonry and keeping the concrete of that eastern side. However, when you look at it now, it's like an all glass from the east side. If you're walking by on the beach or the boardwalk, it almost looks like a new one of those all glass new condos. And comparing it to the Cadillac and the Crown Hotel, both of those projects, they kept that very important geometry of what this is, an Art Deco skyscraper. And they had separate additions. They didn't try to really change the geometry. Finally, we do have concerns about the level of demolition, seeing the plans for moving this column, moving that. It's almost like a Tetris or a Jenga game, but this is a very important structure. And so we ask that the board consider, keeping the eastern side, keeping that design, that not messing with that Fabergé egg, and hopefully bringing this building back to its former glory. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
And for the record, I had sworn Daniel in on another item as well. Actually, before we proceed with the public hearing, I realized we didn't ask, did any board members have any ex parte disclosures to make in addition to the emails that you forwarded to staff? No?
No.
Seeing none? Okay.
Mr. Chair, if the public comment is over, we would like a brief response.
Sorry. Mitch Novick?
Mitch, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Mitch?
Mitch?
Hello. You hear me?
Yes.
My name is, yes, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You have a terrible echo.
Can you go ahead and turn off one of your devices? You have two devices logged in. That's why we're experiencing the echo. So if you could turn one off, it'll remove that echo.
Do you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Yes, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. My name is Mitch Novick. I served as chair of the Historic Preservation Board on Miami Beach for 5 years. Subsequent to that, I was chair of the county's board for 8 years. And I was also chair of Mayor Dermer's Blue Ribbon panel on the structural integrity of historic buildings. I have to express my concern about the removal of the floor plates to install a post-tension system. We could very well lose this Art Deco skyscraper in the process. I would urge the board to proceed with caution. I also want to talk briefly about master artist Jack Stewart's glass mosaic Apollo mural that was removed some years back. Andres Viglucci, Pulitzer Prize winning reporter with Miami Herald, wrote a front page story on this. I would urge Deborah to distribute that to all the board members. This masterpiece by Jack Stewart, I appreciated since I was a child. The public got to appreciate it and study it. It was very significant. Jack Stewart studied with Walter de Kooning, and I would urge the board to require the applicant to take possession of this mural again and somehow incorporate it once again into the site for residents and visitors to, again, study and appreciate. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nick. And I see no further public requests for comment. So we're going to close public comment and move to board discussion and questions for the presenters.
And before the board discusses, did the applicant, Mr. Kazin, did you like a few minutes for rebuttal?
Yes.
Okay.
I would. Thank you. And I'd ask Richard Heisenbottle and Luis to join in as well. For the record, and we are meeting with MDPL next week to review the overall project with them. That application is not quite yet finished. Couple of points that I would like to make. Number one, in order for this to be a hotel that is to the Aman standards, they need to slightly increase the floor plate as they have proposed. And so without it, this is not feasible as a hotel project for them. And secondarily, when we went before this board on the preliminary presentation, we so very, very carefully went through showing the method in which they would replace the floor plates and how, of course, safe it is, and at the same time, without demolishing the entire structure, and at the same time, extends the life of the structure. And Luis can walk you through that again if we have to. So when you look at adapting the hotel, in addition to the significant benefits by pulling back the additions on the top from the east side, which does remain the most important, most photographed facade of that building by far, and is also the most prominent view, because as you're driving north on Collins Avenue, that is the facade you see. That's where the facade steps back. It is the most intricate, the most detailed part, as well as the tower on top. And so in addition to restoring the original Gulfstream dining room, which was not part of the Kobe Carp plan in 2011, and which was going to become an open air pavilion in the currently approved certificate of appropriateness, that dining room is being restored. And I think the decision was that in addition to being the most practical, but also the most sympathetic and thoughtful way to modify the hotel to accommodate what needs to be done, was to extend those bays. And then remember, there's already been an approval for an extension, the currently approved COA, to extend the eastern facade and the balconies. This is just somewhat of a further extension of that. I do bring up, I think by any standard, the additions and the modifications that have been done to the Cadillac, the Crown, and the former Sea Isle Hotel are not nearly as thoughtful or sympathetic as this is. And this is also probably a good bit more expensive, I would guess. With that, I turn it over to Rich Eisenbottle or Luis, if you would like to say something. But this is a critical element of the program without which I think the project cannot be done. Luis or Rich?
Thank you, Nisan. Yes, I think we need to comment. We need to comment as well. There, you know, with many historic preservation projects, and every one of you, and those of you out there who are my friends, have certainly, all of you have seen that there is a push and pull and challenge needed to be met in many buildings that are historic buildings, in order to make them accommodate the new use and the nature of hotels in our current time. And the expansion of the floor plate here is pivotal to Aman's ability to make this work as a hotel. So what has been unique about what we proposed, as opposed to everything that has been approved before, is that we go so far as to truly do a much better job of it and appropriately mass the original Roy France North elevation, meticulously reposition the front west elevation, and the same goes for the side south elevation. I mean, those are being very nicely and very accurately restored. We have to have a compromise, and that compromise is the east elevation, because it is the least viewed elevation. It's important, of course it is important, and we've studied it in detail. But we already have COAs that allow for a complete change to that elevation with the previous balconies, and we need to extend those further to bring this into the category of the Aman brand.
Time is up.
I need to make one quick statement about the Jack Stewart Apollo mural. That was part of the 1955 edition. It was not part of the original building. And to the greatest extent that it is possible, we're restoring the original Roy France building. And so to just take that mural and place it back on this building would be completely inappropriate and out of context, as Louis so properly said, at this time. Louis, anything you want to add?
I would like to mention that the post-tension system that is being proposed, there will be no better system that you can use on this building to stabilize it and save it. I believe that the prior approval left a lot of existing awkward conditions. And again, I think of all the interventions that have happened on this building over the last 20, 30 years, this is the one that is going to bring the building back to its closest origins and design of the 1920s. The only thing that we are respectfully requesting staff on the board is to allow us and our client to be able to expand the east side, because if not, I have to tell you, having stayed at multiple hotels, the element for this hotel is very small density, but large, elegant suites. If we cannot expand what is probably one of the smallest plates of a high-rise building of the 1920s in Miami Beach, is only right now about 6,300 square feet, a man will not be able to make their product successful. So this is the nature of our request today. We're planning to come back again, as Nisan pointed out, and all that we are requesting today is to please allow us to get this approval so we can proceed revising the permit drawings that are in place with this provision and start the process of restoration right away. If not, it will not be possible. So we respectfully request your understanding of this.
If I may interject one more thing, Mr. Chairman, and it relates to the floor plates. If we go back and we look at the previous COAs, we see that there were massive amounts of floor demolition and replacement going on that all speak to the deteriorated nature of the concrete throughout this building. I mean, more than % of some of these floor plates were being replaced. We showed 2 of them, but we could have showed you all of them. And you would have seen, and they're probably in your packet, and you would have seen how literally massive amounts of concrete were being replaced. The requirement here is to bring this building up to current code. And after, rather than making it a patchwork quilt of old concrete and new concrete, and in great discussions with DeSimone, the structural engineers who are more than capable of doing this, the better decision here is to remove those floor plates that are so deteriorated, stay one by one at a time, all fully shored, and replace it with new post-tension floor plates that will then set the building up, set the shell of the building up to last for decades and decades and decades to come. So rather than creating this patchwork of restored concrete that is probably going to continue to deteriorate going forward.
The structural stability and integrity of the building will never be compromised, because the whole philosophy here is that there will be removal of one level and it will be replaced. And again, removal and replace. So at no point the building will run, and it will be properly shored. So at no point in time, this building will run the risk of being in peril.
I need to interject a question here. Just to settle my mind, would the owner be willing to bond a guarantee that if something happens to the building due to their engineering mistakes, that it will be reconstructed?
I would, if you would give me, Mr. Chair, a moment to discuss this with the client.
Well, you can come back after the board discusses it, but that's a major point. And thank you. I need to ask Debbie another question, a point of order, please. Debbie?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, hi. I need to be cleared up on one matter here. We seem to be stacking COAs on top of COAs on top of COAs. What takes priority, and is something we decide today, plus or minus or whatever, does that void previous COAs, or do they stand on their own and we have to work around what was previously agreed to? Because this is getting awfully complex with layers and layers of changes. That's the question.
It's a great question, and it is complicated. Because the previously approved project has a full building permit, that is an active approval, so that does not expire. However, since the applicant has requested a modification of that original approval, we have consolidated the previously approved project, incorporating the currently proposed modifications, and have issued what we included as a consolidated order. So there would not be 2 separate orders that would have conflicting conditions that were imposed by this board. There would be now, if or when these modifications are approved, there would be one order governing the entire project. Now it gets more complicated because there's more to this project than just the historic building. In the next several months, the applicant will be bringing back additional modifications that deal primarily with the new addition that was previously approved and changes to that. And I apologize to the board members because I know this is cumbersome and we don't like to see things piecemeal. When I initially met with the applicant in January of 2020, that was during kind of toward the tail end of the discussion items the board had been requesting, expressing concern about the integrity of the existing Versailles. I stressed to the applicant at that time how important it was to bring, who cares, let's the new construction, the new building can wait. The historic building, in my opinion, we've just started hurricane season now. We're going to be coming into the peak of hurricane season, another year that this building is not fully restored. I did want them to come to you with the historic building first so that they can continue working on the modification to the existing building permit. Since they already have a building permit, they can mobilize very quickly and keep doing construction on the historic building while they're waiting for the other modifications of the tower. And I believe, and Neeson can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that's the plan. Once they get a board approval to resume construction on the historic building immediately. So we can start looking at reinforcing the openings, we can put in windows as quickly as possible. This is a critical moment for this building because it's been, well over 10 years that it's been vacant. And it's been, many years since it's been open to the elements. Yes, they have boarded it up, they have made some improvements, but nonetheless, I think there is some urgency with regard to the historic building. But you are going to be seeing, when the project comes back, a new consolidated order. Unfortunately, that's the way it's going to be. But the good thing about a consolidated order is it will have all of the conditions. So there will be no question that they have to restore the exterior of the building. They have to put the keystone back. They have to, put all of the materials the way they were historically. Those are all going to be in every order that you look at. So those, the requirements of this board will travel with each modification.
Okay, thank you. Where are we at this point then? We're closing the presenter's presentation.
Right.
And now we're going to public comment.
We've already had public comment for this application, and I don't see any more.
Okay, so we're going to board discussion.
Yes.
Okay, who would like to be first?
Here, right here.
Nancy?
When you described, Debbie, when you described the complications, I could barely figure out what part to look at first, what problem, I just couldn't find myself in it. So I'm just going to state some of the things that I saw that I don't understand, and maybe they can be clarified. First of all, I try to find a real photo that would explain some of the things that the architects were talking about in Neeson. I got to A603. I don't know if that's a good enough place to find it, to ask a question about it. It is a rendering of the proposed northeast view of the rooftop addition. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out, what is the rooftop addition? Is it the tower that is being redone, or things being added to it? That's first. Then I looked at the other building that's in a shadow, so I suppose it's just under consideration, but it seems to be overpowering the main building. I don't understand what is supposed to happen with the tower. Where are things being added to it below the tower, which are there already, which aren't there already? And then I'm looking at that shadow. I don't know how close it is to the existing historic building. And it just seems to be so huge. It's smothering the tower and the whole building. Other things that I don't understand, where the hotels, the hotel rooms are going in a tower, 6 suites. Are they in the tower? Are they below the tower? Where are they? And I don't know about removing the floor plates, but I have no way to judge whether that's safe or not. I leave that to the architects. And the east side, I couldn't understand the problem that was stated about the east side of the building. They're putting some kind of glass that's going to change the look of the tower. Of course, what I would like to see is a real restoration of the building to its original without any embellishments on it, and definitely to preserve the tower the way it sits on the building and has sat for the many years since the building was built. So I don't know who's going to explain all that. I don't know if they did it already, but I'll listen to the other comments from our board. Maybe that'll help. What? We can't hear you.
You're muted, Jack.
Are you signed on, Jack?
Here I am. Okay. Do you want them to respond to you individually or at the end?
What I'm saying?
Yes.
Well, I can listen to what everybody else says.
Okay,
And then
okay, well,
if
well,
it's
well,
not
well,
explained, I'll come back to it.
Okay, Kirk.
Okay, I'm gonna try to go really quick. This is a big project and there's a lot of ambiguity for me. Having to do, possibly, I was not on the board when this first came through. There's only certain details that we have in the packet, so I'm gonna base my questions around what we have. First of all, I appreciate the comments that David and Daniel from MDPL interjected, and Nancy as well. And where I keep going back to, and I want to refer to it for the board, even though I know you all have looked at it, but page A401, which is the historical east elevation, and then page A407, within a few pages of each other. And yes, particularly on the east side, the change is so drastic. And there's certain components that I want to call out that, I realize what Mr. Kasdan, you said, yes. And Mr. Heisenbottle, yes, we're talking about a compromise here, and I appreciate it. I think, there's been frustration and delay on everybody's part, and there's a lot of angst that, the preservation community has had over this, and there's a lot of excitement to see it restored. At the same time, I think it's worth taking a minute to reflect. And from my standpoint as a board member, I want us to do a good job. I want us to do a good job as a historic preservation board, and this is where my questions come in. So first off, on the proposed east elevation, I agree with what Nancy said about the rooftop addition, that it is overwhelming. If you compare it to the historical elevation as well as to the previous proposal, page A401, the medallion at the center of the building on, I guess it would be the 11th floor, is just completely removed. It's taken away the symmetry, and it's all to make way for this rooftop addition. So that brings me to the question, if we're removing the floor plates and rebuilding this building, is Luis, as you mentioned, there's going to be no columns. I don't understand why that rooftop addition and whatever it houses could not be incorporated in the floor below if there aren't any columns that are, obstructing the possibility of doing that and preserving the symmetry and form and architectural details of the rooftop. To me, that's more of a reasonable compromise. I also have concerns with, and it seems unnecessary to me, when you get to the east side of the building on the north and south elevation, those corner windows, they go to from knee wall windows to floor to ceiling glass. And I'm not sure why that's necessary when it could easily be maintained so it matches the symmetry and banding around the building, except that, yeah, I mean, you open up another foot or two of glass, but I think you could preserve, finish the north and south side of the building, the wraparound, and maintain the same size of the knee wall as you have in the front two corners. So it's not such an abrupt transition. I think Jack brought up a good point with the bond, because I think the worst case scenario we all would be looking at, very worst case scenario, but considering the 10 years that this building has had, I don't want to say it's unthinkable, is that something happens during the renovation, the building's demolished, and sits there as a vacant lot that ends up transferring hands at some point. And, once it goes to a new owner, they don't have any responsibility, or they wouldn't buy it with the responsibility of having to rebuild this. So I think I'm eager to hear the answer to that question. Moving on, there's a lot of detail. There's so much detail that is not reflected in these plans that I think really should be. For instance, on the ornament at the top of the building, the historical elevation, the previously approved plans had those four corners with the pedestal bowls that are originally part of the ornament, and they're not included in the revised plan. And I'd like to think that they were just a drawing omission, but considering they were included before and they aren't now, maybe they were intentionally omitted. And I'd like to believe that's not happening, because I want to see those historical ornaments included and not watered down. Going down to the west elevation, the front of the building, there's ambiguity here because we have a lot of different historical pictures of the front entrance. On the revised plans, the front ground level elevation eliminates the breeze block. I'm not sure when the breeze block, if they were a part of the original construction, but what I do see is that they were originally planned to be included, and now they're gone. I just wanted clarification, as well as the rails. I see glass railing on the front entryway, which does not seem authentic to me, and I don't know why. At least the details that people see from the public space, I'm not sure why we would just put glass rails on the front entrance of the building. They're not authentic to 1940 in any way, shape, or form. And additionally, the awning, I didn't have any details on how that's supported and how that relates to what was historically there. And maybe once everyone else has had a chance to chime in, Richard, maybe you can respond to that, because I was digging to see how it relates to what was historically there, and I'm concerned with it. Lastly, the finishes. You showed one picture of the interior lobby, which was not included in our packet. It was included in your presentation. We don't have any way of knowing what the proposed interior finishes are going to be. The flooring, the wall finishes, all of that's been stated in these plans are that we plan to restore the four columns, and I'm assuming we're going to do them specifically as accurately as they can possibly done. But I think based on that photo, it did not shout out 1940 Roy France to me. I think the board should have confidence in what the finished work is going to be, if it's going to be terrazzo flooring. There was also a detail on the interior, the one picture which was just a side view of the current condition, but there was green tile work there you could see under the paint. It's crazy to me that we don't have any more detail as to the accurate finishes, but in good faith, I think we're relying on trying the goodwill to try to restore as much authenticity as we possibly can. If anyone's looking for that page, it's page A016, the top right picture. You could see the green tile detail. There's not much there, but I'm hoping that we're picking up on what cues are there that can be incorporated to bring authenticity to the public spaces. And let me make sure I didn't miss anything in my notes. I think it's a great idea that Mr. Novick brought up, particularly if there's not a lot of authenticity in the interior spaces. I'm not sure what the size and dimensions are of the glass mosaic, but it's a nice authentic detail that I gather is just sitting in storage. So as a bonus, it'd be nice to possibly explore that. And that's it for me. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I'm really excited to see this property restored, but I really would love to see it done in the right way. And I think Amman are going to bring great things to Miami Beach. And so, yes, I look forward to honoring the compromise. I just hope that we can incorporate a little bit more historic authenticity, and particularly, again, to restate priority, the east elevation. I would hope as a compromise that we could build in maintaining at least the authenticity on the top 2 floors with all the additional space that's being brought in on the lower floors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kirk, for those stellar comments. Let's see. Max?
Yeah. I have a question that might be more of a question for Debbie than as a procedural matter. And one, what I'm hearing is an interest in the project and seeing it go forward, but questions about design. Is it possible that a decision on the eastward expansion, like, are we agreeing to that design that's in the plans, or are we agreeing to the concept that it could be expanded and we would have more time to work out the design?
The eastward expansion, I think, would be a little bit tricky in order to approve the expansion and have them come back with more developed design. Unless there was something very specific that was, directed. The lobby would be much easier. So if the board wanted to, for example, approve the lobby reorientation and say, but the final interior design, including all finishes, are going to require going back to the board, that I think is completely reasonable and would move smoothly. I think the tricky part about the east extension is the structural components that are so integral in terms of how it's designed. Because obviously this is cantilevering out. So the location of most of the structure, I think they would need to know at approval how that's going to go. Kirk brought up some interesting points about the corner windows, about the upper 2 floors. I think if there was some specific direction that the board had, it could be approved, but certain elements like the upper 2 floors, for example, could be brought back to the board.
Debbie, may I comment, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm glad that this point was brought up, and so I think we can clarify and perhaps move forward in a certain fashion. For instance, what Kirk has mentioned, the one thing that is critical to the viability of this project and the success of this project, and that was received before you were on the board, was the eastward expansion of the floor plate. Now, you are right that the designs, the renderings you have seen are very preliminary in terms of the facade and the specific treatment. So what we would propose is that along the lines of what has been suggested and what Debbie is saying as well, that we have that concept be approved, because that's a critical concept. Among other things, it allows us to begin the process of permitting and restoring and saving the original tower. Until that's done, they can't move forward on that. Also, the configuration of the lobby, but with respect to the details, the finishes, the look of the facade, the whole exterior, candidly, the lobby, I think that it is certainly fair to say, bring that back to the board. I think So that is what we would look for, the ability to go ahead with the expansion on the floor plate and also the recreation of the Gulfstream dining room, as well as the reorientation of the lobby, and come back with specific presentation on the east facade and the lobby.
Thank you. Let's see, who is next?
I just had one other
sorry.
offshoot. I appreciate that clarification too. And just a point related to what we were talking about with the complexity, I just looking for assurance to particularly maybe the staff analysis that we are able to consider the items before us in segmented out from the entire site plan, that we're not inadvertently agreeing to something that is going to surprise us down the road, like if it requires like a further eastward expansion in a building footprint or something like that. That's just an example, but yeah, I would interested to hear others on the board if that's on your mind as well, and if we have assurance that we do have enough information before us to be able to make a decision. Thanks.
That's a very, very good comment, Max. I think I'm very concerned about that as well. And because I hate surprises down the road. And since we don't know what is being proposed for the rest of the site exactly, I don't want the tail wagging the dog type situation to arise. But anyway, let's move on to someone else. Scott?
Yeah. Well, it's good that this project's coming in front of us now as a historic renovation, instead of just us asking them when they're going to board up the windows and what's happening, because we went through this for probably at least 2 years. So again, it's good that it's at least something's happening there. This is what we wanted. Ideally would be, a straightforward renovation of the existing building and bring it back to exactly where it was when it was originally built. But I think we all understand that sometimes we need to make compromises, and developers, applicants want to change the building a little bit. Overall, I'm okay with the eastward expansion. Obviously, some of the details will come back to us, or the staff will work them out, but generally I'm okay with what I'm looking at. The architect, like I said, the architecture, some of these details, I know Kirk had a lot of questions. He'll come back to us, but I'm okay with the cantilevered balconies, with maybe the use of that much glass there. We do want I guess we've talked about this before. When the additions are done to buildings, we want them to kind of stand out a little bit from the existing buildings, so people can discern what was original and what was new. I heard someone say, I forget who, talked about it being a drastic change in architecture. I don't really see that, but I mean, it is definitely a change in architecture from the original building as you come around to the east facade. But again, maybe that can be mitigated some with some of the details that need to be worked out. I would say the only, and I'm not going to get into the details, but the only thing that I'm looking at that does kind of stand out, that I think takes away from the addition in the back, is the rooftop addition. Whereas, all the floors in the existing building are 10 feet. You have, I guess it's an 18-foot tall addition there, and it just seems kind of out of place. The only suggestion I would make is where I'm looking at sheet A606, the proposed southeast rendering. You see, I guess, midway in the height of that addition, you have that it's not a slab, it's just, I guess, a concrete beam. Perhaps the portion of the addition above that could maybe be set back a little bit more all the way around, which I think would help to mitigate that mass on top of the building quite a bit. So again, it's just my suggestion. But as far as the architecture and the concept of the addition as they're showing it, I'm okay with all of that. as far as the structure, I remember when they did present to us, and they talked about the idea of basically rebuilding the entire building. It kind of threw me a little bit because they're replacing tie beams, columns on the exterior walls. And I'm like, well, you want to do, and you're going to start from the bottom first. So how are you going to hold up the building while you do that? And they explained it, and it did seem to make some sense. However, it's not a straightforward type of structural renovation. It is going to be somewhat complicated. So one of the ideas I heard talking about maybe posting a bond, I think is a good idea. Also, I think when we sometimes in the past, the city has required them to come up with they may have this already, but a detailed architectural drawing of the building, all the features and everything. And this is basically, and dimensions and all of that. And this is basically if the building doesn't survive the renovation. So we have specific plan, really detailed plans as to what was there beforehand. So at least a future board can determine if they want to see it put back like it was. So, again, it's I'm okay with the concept. Obviously, some of the details will come back to us or staff. But as far as the structure, the renovation, the structural renovation is concerned, I do think we need to sort of keep an eye on that and make sure that, or do our best to make sure that goes forward very, very carefully, and be prepared if something happens that we all don't want to happen. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Scott. Who hasn't spoken? Please raise your hand.
Barry.
Hi, Barry.
Okay. I have a few comments, and I'll be brief. I don't know. Well, first, from the Collins Avenue side, I really appreciate the simplification of the rooftop addition and bringing back the dining room area on the back. Sorry. Has it been mentioned? Maybe I missed it, but how does the applicant address the staff concern of the balcony supports? I don't know if that was addressed, if I missed that. And I do see this big tension, this conflict or fight between the Collins Avenue facade and the back. And I think this building was originally designed, as a skyscraper with this cohesive, exterior. And we're breaking from that. And I don't mind completely breaking from it, but I think we're really doing something really drastic with all this glass. And so I would like to see if there could be the introduction on the eastern elevation of either masonry or some solid elements to break this glass up. I would really like to see the reintroduction of that vertical element that was raised. That's gone. Some of those like big planter elements up on the rooftop finial are gone, and I think those are elements of the building that need to be maintained. I understand it's a high-end hotel. They want balconies that weren't there, but I think we can create some of that form and that massing if we had some solid elements in there. Additionally, I'm certainly not an expert on post-tension construction or systems, and especially in this case of pulling out floors and using post-tension. And I think that the city should require the bond for the destruction of the building. I think it was a great previous comment that the building be documented just in case of that. And so that's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Barry.
Jack.
Hold on, Nancy, hold on. We haven't finished with everybody yet. About who's left?
Nobody.
Okay, I am. I have to.
Nobody.
Where's Rick? Rick, where's Rick?
I haven't gone yet, Jack.
I'm sorry. Okay, Rick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Really excited to see this presentation and this proposal. I think it's a great team. It's a great brand coming in, and I have every confidence that this is going to find a way forward. I think Kirk and Scott made some great points. Particular interest to me is finding a way to refine the character of the balconies. Looking at the currently approved northeast view, A602 next to A603, that current approved version, maintains some characteristics that I think help, while providing great balconies. I think maybe it's that low wall, but also perhaps maybe the actual form of the slab, where it curves, where it doesn't. I think there's room for improvement there. And then, looking at the structural modification, this is really incredible. It's really exciting. I think this is going to be an award-winning project on many levels when it's done. But I think the board should be, clear about how much the core is changing. And, when you look at the lobby, the current lobby, and its kind of east-west disposition, and the proposed one is very different. And so I would ask Debbie, perhaps you could explain to us how, what aspects of this building are protected by its designation? Is it strictly the exterior? Is the lobby as well? Just so that we're a little bit more clear on, what the scope is from a kind of preservation angle.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. So the board's jurisdiction covers every single property within a local historic district. Within the exterior of the property, so that would include the entire exterior of the property and the building, and all public interiors. The only thing the board does not have jurisdiction over would be non-public interior spaces within the district. So again, that is one of the reasons that they have submitted that as part of this application. That obviously is a change, a significant change that exceeds staff's ability to review. So that is something that we need to look at very carefully. And, I do agree, and this is a discussion that I've had with the applicant on multiple occasions. I do agree there is a need for more details. I think maybe part of the issue, at least what I had been advised, is they haven't really made any final decisions with regard to finishes, lighting, and that type of thing in the lobby, which is why they were reticent to include that, because they didn't want to mislead the board and show you something that they may not actually end up wanting to do. So I think that would probably, and we see this often, a lot of times the interior finishes come at the very tail end of projects. And even if they're approved by the board, sometimes we bring them back because there's changes to those interiors. Usually it's not the project architect that is developing that. They have an interior architecture professional that's looking at those. So I think those are really valid points, and I could understand why we probably want the board to look at that closer once final selections have been made.
Thank you, Debbie. Nancy, another comment?
It's a question. As I said before, I find this, I'm using 603 as the guide to what I look at. And now I realize what everybody's talking about, the glass. I think that is hideous, the way it is on top of this historic building. And my question is, what is the height of the existing building with the tower and against this new proposal? I assume this is a proposal for this huge building. What is the difference in the height? You still have those the Neeson and them here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Neeson, can I just clarify? Because I'm looking at 602 and 603, which is what Nancy's been looking at, and there may be some confusion, Nancy, because both of those elevations incorporate the Versailles, the rooftop addition on the Versailles, which is a one-story addition, and then the eastward extension. But they also, in the background, what's kind of like shaded in all gray, that's actually the new tower. I think you're also kind of concerned about that. That's the tower, both the Versailles Tower that was approved, and then the further back is the tower for Faena.
All right, so
that's not what they're asking for right now. They're asking for, if you look at the part that's not shaded in gray, but like where the top of the Versailles Tower dome is, underneath that, you see their rooftop addition. In both of these renderings, there's not a lot of detail as to what that's going to look like. I think that does need some further development. It looks like a little glass box on top of the roof.
Hideous.
And that
destroys the building.
That I think needs some.
I don't understand. I don't understand what you're talking about with the shaded. Has this been approved before the new owner? Where did it come from?
That
and
was approved when it was just the Faena development, before we had the Oko group as part of this. It was a tower that was approved, designed by Brandon Haw, I believe, on the site. So that is permitted. They have a permit for that. Now, in the future, they're going to come back to the board and change the design of that. I'm working with them to try to improve that, specifically to try to improve the location of it. But that would come back to the board. Right now, they're not asking for any modifications to that area. That is, that tower was approved at 200, I think it was 200. I'm not sure, Neeson, if it was 203, like the Faena Tower.
It was 203.
203.
Okay. What is the historic building? Do you know? What's the height of that?
Louis or Richard, do you have that? Do you have that offhand?
I
know it's in the drawings.
It's 203.
Can you guys hear us?
1, 2,
For
3,
the
4.
historic Versailles Tower, the height of that, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, can you hear us, Debbie?
Yes.
Yeah, the previous approval is 203.
No.
The new building, and as you pointed out, this is not part of this request and application, and we.
That's not the question. The question is the height
Versailles.
of the historic building.
About 180 feet, I think.
So, if this were to exist, it would be totally overshadowing the historic building. I would never support anything that comes to that kind of height that overpowers the historic building. That's like putting a building around some of the most important icons in the world this is too important to be hugging anything that looks like that, especially not competing with the height. The height is essential.
There's already, if I may, Nancy, there's already, and as Debbie mentioned, an approved tower of 203 feet to the south end of the property, new tower. We will be coming in for modifications to that, and we're asking candidly, actually for additional height with the ability to further set back the new building from Collins Avenue so that the historic Versailles Tower is more prominent. That's what you're going to be seeing. But the idea is that it is more sympathetic to the building to be able to be taller and step away from it some than to be shorter, or to be attached to it like previous versions, the Kobe Karp version and others were.
Attached to?
It's not going to be attached.
It's not going to be attached, but is it going? I mean, I don't know what it's going to be.
It'll be coming before you. It'll be coming before you in September. I think, providing we file by June 15th. The new tower, the revisions to the existing approved tower, or in other words, the new tower, will be coming before this board for approval.
Well, are the owners, the current owners that we're talking about, which they are an extraordinary company. I would never like to see us do anything to impede their ability to come to Miami.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I will say this, the one thing that at this moment that will impede this from going forward and accelerating the restoration of the Versailles Tower is they do need the approval for the slab extensions. Now, there have been many comments, and they're all quite legitimate. The glass, the glass railing, the treatment, the detailing of the facade. Get it? You're absolutely right on that. And we expect that we would come back to the board for approval on the specifics of how that facade is. But the actual extension of the slabs is the critical element to the Aman Hotel being able to be done. And as well as, and as Louis showed you before, that reorientation of the lobby. Yes, we'll come back with the final actual finishes and design, but in order to have the core that's needed to support the hotel functions and the elevators placed where they need to be, and the support things placed where they need to reorient the core, and that's why the approval of the lobby, not the finishes, but just the overall structure of it, as well as the extension of the facade, the east facade, and a the rooftop addition. But granted, there was no detail on what you saw, so we understand it should come back for final approval as to its detail and its and the specifics of the design. The problem is, in order for them to move this forward and finish the designs, they need to know that these elements are okay and that all of the details will come back for approval.
And are the owners, I can't imagine the new owners or the corporation that is going to own it have seen this and are not taken aback by it. It doesn't look like anything that they have done even close. Even the new major city projects that they've done, never anything like this.
Well, because you're not seeing, and I understand that, you're not seeing the rendered and detailed facades and treatments.
Neeson,
Nancy,
if I could, I have some answers to your questions. So I just wanted to jump in. The historic Versailles, to the roof of the historic Versailles, the habitable roof area, it's approximately 150 feet. To the highest projection, it's approximately 200 feet. Now, there was a penthouse level, small rooftop area historically on the building. That has since been removed. The applicant is proposing to put that back. That roof is at about 150 feet. Their rooftop addition, which is going eastward at the same level where the historic rooftop structures are, is going to basically match that height. So the rooftop addition is going to match the historic 150 feet of those rooftop structures. So it's not going any higher than it was historically, but it's expanding the footprint of that rooftop level. And the facades of that, it's a little ambiguous right now as to what exactly that's going to look like and how much that's going to be perceived. Won't be perceived at all from the west, but you will see it, further east you go. So the new tower is a completely separate detached addition that was approved by the board in 2014. That we are currently working with them on to try to redesign it and hopefully improve upon it, and definitely improve upon the site plan to really highlight the historic Versailles viewed from the north and the west and the south.
And Debbie, if I just may add, this is an extension of a previously approved rooftop addition, and we're keeping it at the same height. We're keeping it at the same width on the north and south side. All that we are requesting, and like you pointed out, we will work with staff and the board if necessary on the detailing and the exterior glazing and the geometry of it. But where we are requesting is to extend a previously approved rooftop addition that matches the previous historical height of the pedestal of the spire. And we are requesting it about, 28 feet or so to the east. And how is that treated in terms of the cladding, glass, all that we can work either with staff or the board. All that we're asking is conceptually to allow us to extend this back. So from a structural standpoint, the structural engineers know what kind of loads we're dealing with. So as you pointed out, this is only a structural pretty much request that then we'll come back and work out the details. We'll have to come back to you and the board for the details.
Yes, I cannot support something that is going to be the same height. I think that this building is historic enough and beautiful enough that it should be the peak. I don't know how you do it, but you could figure it out if that be the case. That's real preservation. This is not preservation when you're putting things together. But I'll wait and see what it looks like next time.
Muted, Jack.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to comment first on what Mr. Voltage said at the end, that you may have to come back for the details, and I guarantee you that you will have to do that.
We will.
Because we're never going to accept anything as vague as this presentation on its face value. We heard similar promises from Mr. Fiana in the past that didn't come to fruition, and I don't see how we can hear it again and not question it. Okay, I have lots of comments on this. I will try to make it short because we're running very late. But the eastern facade, the eastern elevation of this building is abhorrent to me. It is an insult to the history of this building or to the importance of this building. Someone made a comment that it's a Fabergé egg. Fabergé egg is a circular thing that you view from all angles. And this is a similar situation. We're not talking about façadomy here, where we're saving the front and two sides and giving the back to the winds. There is no reason why in an extended eastern elevation, if you have to extend it for the Amman purposes, that's fine. But there's no reason to make it a glass box like so many other of the buildings are on that strip that have been renewed. This is above and beyond historically important that should not happen to this building. It's kind of similar to the Raleigh and situation there, which I won't go back into. But it's the same principle. But moving right on, I have a question. I don't think the Chinese or the Thai governments who have given permission for Amman to use their historic buildings for new hotels would allow such desecration of one of the major features of their historic buildings in order to have the Amman Group operated as a hotel. They have very, very strict standards. I know, I've been there. I know how their government works in historic preservation. They don't allow a toothpick to go without review. And I just can't imagine that we should suffer a denigration of our historic gem because other countries don't allow it. Why should we? There's no reason, if you're going to extend the eastern facade, why you can't go to something like A404. That was an elevation that was approved. It has the concrete, it has the balconies, it has the historical materials, and it lessens the impact of the glass that seems to overwhelm your proposal for the eastern elevation. I'm not for that elevation because I just think it's totally inappropriate. And one more thing, I don't like piecemeal preservation or piecemeal development. The historic building is part of a complex, and you can't pick it up like a chess piece and move it out of its context and not have it relate to, as Nancy says, to the buildings that may be around it. I do not think that a new building next to it should be taller than the building, the historic building. That almost defeats the purpose of having it if you can't see it and can't experience the space. We're talking about space here and relations of buildings, to the ocean, to the air, to the light. And once you start clogging it with other buildings that overwhelm the historic gem, I have a real problem with that. And I could never approve something that does that. So I think that I'm very willing to go for the extended eastern elevation, but it's got to have a context like A404 with the history of the building that is there, or else I can't support what's there now. It makes it look like a Holiday Inn, frankly. And I think it's an insult to the building and an insult to Miami Beach and an insult to the Historic Preservation Board. So that's my feeling. I will vote for continuance, but nothing else. And I hope you could come back with the details necessary to get this approved, because it's a fabulous building. It's a fabulous idea. I love Amman. They are superb, and I don't want to hinder them in any way. But if you're going to build a new facade, you can build it any way you want with an extended floor plate. There's nothing restricting you, and there's no reason why you have to have an all-glass Holiday Inn type facade. And it's just not going to work for us. Thank you. So we need to take, I guess, a vote, or are we going to vote to continue this, or what are we going to do?
Can we say something real quick?
Sure.
To continue.
Jack?
Yes, but
Can we have the floor for just a moment?
Yes, sir.
Real quick. We hear what you're saying. I did not imply by using the word may that it was not a guarantee that we come back to you. The logistical problem that we have is that structurally, the whole repair of the building is going to take between 8 to 12 months. If we cannot change the current permit drawings, we cannot move. We have our hands and legs totally tied. And what I would love to be able to convince you and the members of the board is that if we can get an approval in concept of the extension of the slabs, the core, and from the lobby all the way up, and that we will be able to have some sort of an extension to the previously approved rooftop addition, we will come back, as you said the word, guaranteed, we will come back to you and continue to work with staff. We've been working with staff probably for about 7 or 8 months in all of this logistics. I beg you, give us the chance to at least be able to change the construction documents, and then we will come back, as you say, for all every detail that we talked about, the Kirk, Rick, Scott, all you guys talked about are non-structural details. It does not affect the structure. We can change glazing, we can change knee walls, we can change the shape of the extension of the rooftop addition, and all of that can be done, will be done with your approval. But if we cannot move to change, to revise,
I see no reason why we can't go along with that. The problem is that you're not giving us enough specifics to give an approval. We want you to come back with those details so we can see what you're talking about. The elevation as you're presenting for the east facade now, at least to me, is not acceptable in any way, shape, or form. So therefore, you have to revise your thought process about that. I'm not saying that the room should be made smaller. I'm not saying that we don't want them on. They can have the biggest rooms they want, but architecturally, it's important that that elevation go along with the rest of the building if you're going to extend that whole back.
Yeah, we agree with you. We've taken absolutely copious notes on every word that was said, from Nancy's first words all the way through to yours. And we want to come back with that detail, but we'd also like to be able to come out of here today with an approval to move forward with the structural, the basic structural changes that Neeson outlined, and repairs that Neeson outlined earlier, so that work can at least commence at the engineering stage. And so we can go forward, Aman can go forward, knowing that it's going to be able to fit those 6 rooms per floor, that we've shown in the plan, that they're going to be able to expand the lobby and turn it in the other direction to accommodate the core that they need to have 2 service elevators, passenger elevators, rather than the core that
I understand that. Okay, Kirk.
Did we get there?
I want to go back there. There's a couple of questions I asked that were never answered because I went early on. But I mean, with the increase of the floor plate, you're increasing the interior square footage of the building. I still don't understand why the rooftop addition is necessary. I mean, it's overwhelming, and it's structurally, one of the big issues I'm having. Luis, you already said there'll be no columns on the interior, so I don't understand with the additional floor plate, additional interior square footage and again, we don't have interior drawings of what goes inside the rooftop addition, but why that cannot be accommodated within the existing rebuilt floor plate on, I guess it's the top 2 floors, right? 10th and 11th.
What a couple of things, Kirk, if I may. As what Debbie said, originally there was a rooftop addition that has since been demolished. You've seen the evolution in the design that is being proposed by Luis and Richard. Why they want something on the rooftop is one of the signatures of the Aman hotels that they are putting in cities, New York, Tokyo, Kyoto, is having a rooftop, is having a small, very small rooftop restaurant. And remember, their whole food and beverage operation is generally modest, very modest compared to other hotels. But this is part of an element of making it the Aman Hotel. And what they want to do is have
one second. How are you going to have an extremely small restaurant these days with social distancing and everything else? The days of very small restaurant spaces may be permanently over.
Well, this is not going to be completed till probably 3 years from now. So we certainly all hope that by then we have proper, we have the vaccine and better health standards to prevent future pandemics.
But Neeson, I mean, I want to clarify because I hear what you're telling me, but my question has to do with a new floor plate, additional square footage, no columns. Is it the 11th floor that's the top floor of the historic? Why can't the restaurant be the 11th floor rather than building on?
No, it's not the 11th floor. You're at the 14th floor, but
if I may add, Kirk, as we try to explain at the beginning, Aman is known for a very low density room count. Right now, this hotel, I gotta believe of the big hotels or the big structures on the beach, is gonna be the lowest density. If we were to take out, if Aman was going to take out the last floor of the existing structure, it's just bordering on the unfeasible because they cannot have less than the room count that we have now. And it's a very low room count. And as Neeson pointed out, the signature of an Aman is to have a rooftop restaurant with 360-degree views. And again, there are Japanese restaurants, very, very, very low density again, but it's part of the product, right? It's part of the product. If it was not that, it's not an Aman, it's something else. And I believe that what we are doing in terms of sensibly adding to an existing rooftop addition and offering to reconstruct the stair towers on the north and the south, once this is built and hopefully we can get an approval eventually, everybody's going to be hard pressed to detect that there is an extension on the east side on the roof of the already approved rooftop addition. And that's why we are so convinced that what we're doing in terms of the moment, the structural repair and maintaining the integrity of the building right now, it's a key to start. If we cannot start now, we're probably going to lose 8 to 10 months.
Are you talking about the glass boxes that you're trying to keep up
Nancy,
there?
I'm talking about the extension of the already approved rooftop addition. It doesn't have to be all glass. We will work with you and staff in determining the amount percentage of solids versus glass. We don't have a problem with that. We don't have any problem. As Richard said, he's been taking notes of every single concern in terms of architectural details. Fortunately, all those details and all those concerns are not structural. So those can be, we're going to have weeks and months to solve that with you guys.
But you're also asking, excuse me, you're also asking us to approve the massing of that, whether it's glass or partial masonry or what have you. I think you're asking us to approve the massing, and I think that's probably just as seen in a negative light to the board as it being a glass box up there.
I think we're asking we're asking you to do is to give us a chance to come back to you we
want that
much more detail on the facades, so that we can try to make the facades, other than the ones that are here, meet the requirements that everybody's looking for here, add more masonry to those facades. Part of the problem in what we're submitting here is it's affected us. COVID has certainly affected us in doing it. Is that what you're seeing is something that we actually did back in January, and a lot of water has gone over the bridge here since. But we also know that we need to move the project forward and get the stabilization of the Versailles Hotel underway, and we can't do that until we get a commitment to the expansion that we've been talking about, to the lobby that we've been talking about, to the core we've been talking about.
And that would probably be
facade as a roof, it's glass at the top, or not. The detail that you were talking about, the historic ornament at the roof that is currently missing from some of the elevations. All of that has been duly noted, and we'll come back to you as we move forward.
And practically speaking, that would probably be a 3-month delay. And you are all completely right that you want to see the details, the facades, the materials, the definition of the facade, all of the above. But without being able to get the slab extension approval and the lobby core design approval, it probably is a 3-month or so delay in being able to permit and do the work to save the tower.
I don't want this to come back with our sort of vague approval that you're requesting and come back and try to lock us into something that we're not going to want. I don't want it to come back and it's, well, we added 10%, 15, 20% masonry to those eyebrow type Eastern extensions, and that's not what we were asking for, and I don't want us to get locked in. Additionally, in the beginning, which seems like at least an hour ago, we asked if the owner would be willing to bond this project, and I think Nissan, you were going to go and get that clarification that if things didn't work out, would this structure be protected.
Well, I'll have to explore what that means and if it's feasible. I mean, there will be a bond on the construction, of course. Now, of course, if there is if the building would collapse, it is under law in this city, there's demolition by neglect. You see what happened to the Satai Hotel, the former Dempsey Vanderbilt. It had to be recreated intact. So the law requires, if that happens, it would be on us. If that happens, it would be our responsibility and we would have to recreate it. There's no question about that. So I don't even know why. The law, I think, covers it well. I don't think there would need to be a bond. It would be on us to have to rebuild it.
What we could do is we could
builder's risk insurance, not necessarily with a bond.
What the board could do is the board could include as a condition of its approval that if there were inadvertent damage or demolition during the process of construction, that the applicant would be required to reconstruct the historic portions of the building.
Correct. Neeson, what is the harm in you taking the 3 months? They're not going away. This building has been unbelievably neglected for a long time. Why can't you come back and allay some of the fears that we are expressing? And then you will surely get approval. Nobody wants to lose the project. But at the rate we're going, we're going to be talking now to
I hear you, and I think the collective sentiments are clear. I think we've told you what we will need in the end in terms of the viability of the project. And you've also made very appropriately clear what you want to see in order to sign off on this project.
That's right.
So I get it.
So should I move it?
Okay, well, we have to have a motion first.
I'll move it. I don't know if I have all the terms in there, but the concept of what I want to move is that we want project to go forward, but we would like 3 months for you to come back to us and show us all the things that we can't see now. Everything that we've talked about to come back with. There's nobody here, I don't think, who hates the idea of having a project. It's just, we don't see it. It's all like the way we're operating here.
Can we do that without a time frame, Nancy?
3 months, that's what he said.
No. I'm saying that it could delay it. Look, if this is continued, we would probably want it to be continued to the next meeting, and if we're not ready, then the meeting after that.
Right.
The question, when you're saying come back, I'm trying to divine whether in what you were saying, Nancy, you were saying you're okay with the structural things, but everything else has to come back, or are you saying just everything has to come back?
Well, no, I understood that the structural things are contingent for them to go forward. That's what I got.
Correct.
Not from you, from the other two.
Yeah.
Okay, if we could wrap this up, because we do have several more applications to get through.
Okay.
Nancy, was that a motion? Did you make a motion?
That was a motion, right.
Motion to continue?
Motion to continue it.
Till when?
Up to 3 months, or what do you need?
No,
Mason?
we have to pick a specific date. So from what I've heard from the board, the direction, I don't think it's possible for the applicant to present plans to the planning department so we can make them available for public view for the July meeting, because we do have to give members of the public opportunity to review the plans. I would recommend that the earliest I would be comfortable having those details submitted in terms of new plans would be for the August 11th meeting.
That's fine with me if they will agree. or September if that's not going to work.
It's up to the board, but you have to include it in your motion. You have to have a specific date and time when this is going to be continued to.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with August, and that would be the August 11th meeting. And I think it sounds like from the applicant that they would like to get back in front of you as soon as possible.
Okay.
And I think as soon as possible, in my opinion, would be the August meeting.
Okay, so let's move it to the August 11th meeting.
Barry seconded it. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Oh, any opposed? Any opposed?
You're opposed?
No, I said any opposed. Anybody opposed?
You know, I was trying to interject while we were formulating that motion, but would the board be in favor of approving their structural strategy as a concept so that it would allow them to continue developing their structural plans, which sounds like they're very complicated and in depth? It sounds like we're gonna get to see tons of details later, but could we approve their structural design in concept? Debbie,
that has been a negative from what I understand, that, you know, to do that, we have to see more.
My concern, and that's where I wanted to go, was continuing them conceptually on that conceptual structural method. But my concern is that it will come back to us with, well, we could only add masonry, you know, so much, like 10 or 15% as opposed to 100% glass, and that we would have been sort of locked in to that method. I don't want to send somebody down the road with a concept that we end up doing them harm. Am I making sense? That they come back and, like, I'm thinking I want 35%, 40% masonry on those balconies, and they come back and say, well, we really appreciate that you let us go conceptually on the structural method, but we can only give you 10%.
Well, but Barry, if I may, you have the complete ability to say yes or no with whatever we come back with and propose on the facade. I have to say, I guess maybe you were not on the board, but, you know, when we came before the board in January, I guess was February, there was verbal concurrence that this approach, the extending of the slabs, was satisfactory. In some rooftop addition, we didn't show anything. We didn't show anything volumetric would be okay. So they've gone off in the direction of working on that. So, you know, to Rick's point, and look, this is an important project. It's an important building. I get it. All the concerns that are expressed are all very valid. But the extension of the slab is something that we thought everyone was comfortable with. And it does drive the design of the building, except to the extent that you want detailing, you know, materials, how much is how much is glazed, how much isn't, et cetera, height. Those remain 100% within your jurisdiction. It's not like we can come back and say, well, you approved this, now let us put up glass balconies. You can say no, and that's it. That's the end of it.
Lewis seemed to indicate that they can't just do that slab without knowing all of the rest of it that we would support. And that's why I made the motion, come back
Lewis,
as soon as possible.
No. He said the opposite. He said the opposite.
Louis Revolta said it.
No, he said the opposite, Nancy, that we can come back with everything but the slab.
I didn't get that.
Okay, if I could just wrap this up. So we have a motion that was approved for a continuance to the August meeting. If there is not a request from one of the board members to reconsider that vote, then I think we should move on to the next
Well,
application.
I'd like to put it out there because I think some of the other members might be in favor of supporting the structural strategy, knowing that we're going to get to approve all of the final designs at a later date, but it will allow the team to continue to develop this highly complex project.
Can I make a comment?
I would support that.
Can I just make a comment?
Yes, Kirk.
Okay. I mean, for one thing, I'm assuming approving the structural is in a sense approving the rooftop addition. If it is, see, I'm not really clear on what it is we would be approving by approving the structural at this point. And I would like to see the rooftop addition being compatibly incorporated into the design for that particular component to feel comfortable with it. Number two, by approving the structural, we're allowing the deconstruction and changing of the floor plates of the building. And I'm not sure that I feel the bond question has been sufficiently answered. I get what you're saying, Nick, and I appreciate your input, but my question back to that is, how is that enforceable if the building falls down? How do you force somebody to rebuild something if they're unwilling to? Same as we were unable to get FAINA to proceed with the renovations of the building. Those are my two questions and concerns, but I appreciate
nothing else could be built unless it was replicated.
I know, but if the owners don't step forward and pay for it, then what you're left with is the vacant piece of land and no funding to support rebuilding it, which potentially means that the property changes hands.
Kirk, let's speak orderly. Let Kirk finish.
Could we call the question?
Done.
The motion was adopted. The motion to continue was adopted. So
okay.
I just like to briefly respond to. Yes, I recorded a vote. Yeah. Debbie, can you confirm that? I have a vote in my notes.
Yes, I can confirm we had a vote and it was approved for continuance to August.
Okay.
Well, in all fairness, I was waving my hand, waiting for someone to allow me to interject and
Rick,
get a chance to before it went over.
Rick, you have the floor.
I was trying to get everyone's attention while we rushed into a vote. I think that if we were to approve not the structural design, but the structural strategy, it will allow them to make progress without us committing to any specific design. Am I right about that? Richard and Louis, that helped you guys move the project
forward?
Thank you
very much for this, because I don't think folks realize that there is a risk to the project with what's going on at the board here today. I think we need to recognize that, and Amman has to make a decision here. Are they going to be allowed to get these 6 units per floor in the general configuration that you see on that plan?
And the core.
And the core, and the lobby. That is kind of imperative going forward. If they can't get that, then why are they? Then it can't work as an Amman hotel. So why are they here? Am I making myself somewhat clear?
And we're not going to approve you on the massing of that rooftop.
Could I
think
speak
you heard
to
that pretty clear.
Order. Scott has the floor now.
Yeah. I want to speak to what Rick had brought up. And Rick, I was kind of leaning your way. I was going to ask if staff could, come up with an order that says basically we're approving just the extension of the slabs and absolutely nothing else. But what Barry mentioned something, and let me just put this scenario out there. Right now, it's pretty much all a glass facade. They may do if we give them approval to do their engineering, they may do their engineering. And then we may come back whenever they bring back the details, we're back, and they have maybe 20% of that facade as masonry. And for whatever reason, we want 70%. And when we tell them that, they're going to say, well, that adds a lot of weight, that adds a lot of issues. And, we didn't do our engineering for that. And then we're back to where we are now. So perhaps because it is such a substantial change, we probably want to see a concept, generally a concept that we could pretty much all be in favor of in terms of the design of that east facade. before we approve the structure. With that said, I'm still not opposed if the staff would come back and say, well, you know, we can come up with an order that says, regardless of what we approve now, if we don't like whatever they propose, we can just, at that time, just not move forward. And it's up to the applicant to go back and redo all their engineering. If for any reason we ask for something, we'll stipulate to that. And that's way past what they're way over and above what they're proposing. I mean, there's.
We will,
I mean,
Mr.
I could go either way on this.
We will stipulate to that.
Do you hear that, Debbie?
Yes, I did hear that. So in order to open up this discussion, and I think we could enter into some conditions that would clarify, you know, what exactly is approved and what is not approved and what returns to the board. We would need a reconsideration of the previous motion to continue. Nick can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we would need a motion and a second from the prevailing side. And then we could have a new motion to approve with conditions. Now, from what I'm hearing, and it's a little bit difficult, and I don't know if this is exactly the way the board would like to go, but I believe and Neeson can also chime in, but let me finish first. The rooftop addition in its entirety could go back to the board in terms of the design of it, but not just in terms of the design, in terms of the size, the location, etc. Because that is not as critical in terms of the structural plans that they have to develop for the building. Or alternatively, you could bring the design of the rooftop addition back. It doesn't sound like we have consensus on even, you know, the volume of it, the location of it necessarily. But they could easily structure the building so that it could accommodate the rooftop addition and modify that relatively easy, much more so than they could do the core or those eastward extensions. So in order for us to come up with an order, I think the core and the eastward extensions have to be approved, sort of like Rick was saying, the concept of those, but that the design of the lobby, the design of the balconies, the eastward projections have to be further developed and detailed in a manner that would have to come back to the board to be reviewed and approved by the board. Now, there may be an opportunity, if the applicant agrees, to say that it would also be the size and projection of those plates that would also require returning to the board. Now, that could affect them structurally if they go ahead and engineer it as the current projection. And then when it comes back to the board says, you know what, we aren't comfortable with it projecting as far as it is. I would prefer that it would be the general design of the eastern facade, the eastern balconies. I would be comfortable with bringing the entire rooftop addition back. Mm-hmm. And then the entire interior design of their lobby would come back. I'm comfortable with that, but it's the board's decision.
Instead of including things in the order to come back, could we pass an order that says specific, this is what we're approving, this and nothing else, meaning the extension of the floor plates and the reconfiguration of the lobby? Could we do that and specifically exclude everything else?
I think Debbie's clarifications are important. I would include them.
I agree.
Right. Because then, Scott, if we aren't approving the rooftop addition, then we're de facto denying the rooftop addition, which would require a separate application and a new application. So I would prefer to have all of that language in there, so it's very clear that we cannot issue a building permit until these designs are approved by the board. So there would be no building permit issued for any of these things until they present it back to the board.
we're approving them to start engineering only.
It wouldn't specifically state that. It would be that prior to the building permit, you're basically approving the plan. What would be easy to do would be to approve the plan with with the facade design, the balcony design, and the lobby design coming back, the entire rooftop addition coming back. So the rooftop addition, you wouldn't be approving anything. But the other two areas, yes, you would be approving their location and their projection. Remember that rear extension is also tied to a variance, which you would need to approve for that to occur. Now, if Neeson would agree to a condition that said that at the time it goes back to the board could further limit the size and massing of those elements specific to the east projection, then we could do that as well. And that would give you the authority to say, the new design we like, but we think it's projecting too far east and we want you to cut it back.
Yes, so, but I thought, if I may to respond, hold on one second. If I made to respond, as I understand, as you're laying it out, Debbie, I think approving the slab extension and the lobby core redesign. That's it. Everything else would come back, including the rooftop addition. And that includes, everything, every aspect of the facade design, the lobby design, any rooftop addition. That allows us to proceed to further develop the plans, to preserve the building and get that work going, and brings all those other issues back to the board. And obviously we stipulate that the approval of those items in no way binds the board to approval of the other items.
Just a point of information, Debbie, were you saying that it could come back to the board and based on the design of now it's solid or light on those eastward extensions, we could then have in our purview our right to say, no, that extends too far? I think I heard you say that, but I don't think I heard Neeson say that.
Right. Correct. And I thought that was something the applicant was agreeing to several minutes ago, because I thought that was what the board wanted the ability to do. I would be uncomfortable without the applicant agreeing to that, putting that type of condition in, because then it's not really an approval at all if we're not okay with the size or the projection of it. I would be okay with the entire design, the exterior design of the balconies, the facade, all of the materials being subject to come back to board review. But you would be approving the location of that projection and the amount of the projection, the size of those.
Including the variance.
Including the variance, correct.
Can I ask, please, what the difference is between the first motion to wait till August, 2 months, and do it all together logically without, I'm trying to follow what you're doing, and it's very difficult to know what we're talking about.
Well, I think
it's cleaner if it comes back together.
I think Rick Lopez actually explained it perhaps more succinctly and better than I even could, given the complexity of the project and the need to move this critical element is sort of central to moving forward on the rest of the plans. And I think the way you put it, Rick, it was exactly why we're asking for this approval of just this element right now.
It affects the foundation. It affects the foundation of the building. If we cannot start the foundation design of the building, the structural repair of the exterior walls, and the core design which are dictated by the dead load of the building. Selfishly speaking, I may not have a job. And that's why I'm begging for the understanding of the board to please allow us at least to continue with the engineering, because it's going to be, we're not going to lose 3 months. We're going to lose easily 8 months. We're going to be, I cannot express the critical nature of not being able to get at least an approval on the structural part of the core, the slabs, and the foundation. And you know, if we have to come back with a roof extension, the addition is already approved. We are requesting an extension. We can design the building to take that, and if it has to be taken out because that's what you guys want, the building will hold it up. But the foundations, the core, and the slabs are critical to whether I will have a job or not.
Lisa, suppose you were to craft a motion and suggest it back to the board that incorporates the core and the eastward addition and the extension approval, but with us coming back for virtually everything else, as Deborah said, the design of the lobby, the eastern elevations, frankly, all the elevations.
All the detailing, the fenestration,
everything about the rooftop extension. And that way everything else can go forward, including the lobby can go forward, subject to review of virtually all of the detail that needs to go.
What happens, Louis? This is a question for Louis. What happens if you come back with your plan that you say you have to have right now? What happens if you come back and we don't like that?
You turn it down and we're stuck.
Turn it down. You turn it down and then
turn it down.
I don't want to turn it down.
You can turn it down. And we have the faith that we have is that in working with staff and the board and you guys, as we have done over the last couple of years, couple of months, we will come up with something that will be something satisfactorily, and you all will be proud as well as we will be proud of. We all want the same thing. The end goal is the same for everybody.
I got a question. Can I ask a question? Something you said concerned me because you're asking for right now the extension of the floor plate, and yet you just said, but we already have approval for the rooftop addition, and it sounds like you're mixing and matching pieces, and that doesn't seem right to me. I mean, to me, it's incumbent on the board to have a package, a massing package that works. I don't. Did I understand that?
No, we're saying pull out the rooftop addition. And come back to you.
So if we approve the extension of the roof plates, then you can't come in and say, oh, well, we're pulling the previously approved rooftop addition from the last plan, sticking it. No, we're starting off and reapproving a package. Is that correct? Moving forward?
For the rooftop, the entire thing on the rooftop gets approved by you. Yeah, it's not.
Nisa, what Kirk is asking for is you currently have a permit for a rooftop addition.
Right.
Kirk, to answer your question, the planning department would not approve any permit revision with that rooftop, with the previously approved rooftop addition. Until, if the board approves what we're talking about here, and then says the rooftop addition has to go back to the board in its entirety, then if a revision to their current building permit came in for the structural information, we would require that rooftop addition not be part of that permit anymore.
Got it. Thank you. So, I mean, it makes me more comfortable. I just want to go back to the board and see if there's consensus, because everybody mentioned this bond issue, and it's the only thing that's holding me up with feeling comfortable with where we are right now, because I don't think we're getting that assurance, and it was mentioned so consistently. I'm sort of wondering where we stand on that.
What is the worry about the building falling down? Is it in that much of a deplorable condition that we're afraid to do anything because the building's going to fall down?
No, we're talking about disassembling the building floor by floor.
DeSimone went through it in detail, how it's done level by level.
No, I heard.
But you have, you know, this is a $135 million property that you can impose a condition, which, you know, only has value because of its ability to be developed. You can impose a condition that if the building collapses and isn't restored, that you would have to restore, you would have to rebuild
I got that.
for the historic Versailles before you can do anything. That's more powerful than a bond.
But isn't that?
And it was done, as you remember, Nancy, with the Dempsey Vanderbilt, with the Satai.
I remember they had a, I don't understand why we can't bring it all back together in a couple of months. It just seems like a more secure act.
Lewis
than
explained.
start to removing the plates, the floor plates, and they fall down, and then where would we be?
Go or no go?
I don't know. Can we call the question? We have only 19 more projects to do today.
Okay, so remember, if the board is inclined to reopen this application, we need a motion to reconsider the vote to continue. That motion has to be made by a member who voted on the prevailing side, and that motion needs to be seconded and voted on before the application can be back before you again.
Nick, I'll move to reconsider that motion. I was one of the members who voted in favor of it.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Are there any opposed to the motion? Okay, Nancy's opposed. So the motion carries.
I'm the only one.
6-1.
I'm the only one.
Yes. Okay, so now the application is back before you as it was before you when it was first called.
So can I ask a point of clarification here for Debbie and Nick? So we're asking to approve the eastward extension of the floor plate, and by doing so, you're saying that we need to approve of variance, and in approving the variance, we're approving how far that extends, right? Without seeing how the mapping all fits together.
Kirk, the variance is for the setback on the north side. It's not eastward.
Okay.
So the variances don't talk about the eastward projection, just the continuing the north existing setback of the building upward.
Okay. So when the rest of this comes back to us, we will have approved the variance. We will have approved of the floor plate extension. It'll come back to us just as what, a COA? Is that just a simple COA?
It would come back as a modification, because remember, they would not be able to pull a building permit for any of this stuff. It would come back as a modification with the design of the east facade and the east balconies, with the design of the rooftop addition in its entirety, and with the interior design of the lobby. Before they could get a building permit issued, the board would be required to review and approve those. Now, when it came back to you, you would have the same choice you have now, approving it or continuing it or denying it.
Okay. It's the only difference is that on the variance, which is a technicality, the variance is 5.7, COA's 4.7, correct?
No, the COA, because demolition is involved,
right,
requires 5. So both motions would require 5.
So we're not approving the demolition today.
You would be. You would be. If you approve the concept of the extension of the floor plate, that would require the demolition.
So, like I said, we're at 4.7 next time. We've approved all of the big.
No, it wouldn't be 4.7s next time because it's a modification. The number of votes go back to the original application, which includes demolition. So you're really bifurcating it. And it would still, even though when they come back with those portions, they're not necessarily going to involve demolition, it would still require a 5/7 vote for the C of A.
So we're approving a portion of demolition today and a portion of demolition when it comes back.
I don't know if you would be approving a portion when it comes back. If you approve, the biggest issue is the demolition is being caused by the new core, the new structure of the building, and the eastern extension of the floor plate. So I don't foresee any additional demolition when they came back, but that wouldn't change the required 5/7 vote because it goes back to the original application because it's all tied together.
Thank you.
So could I make a motion to approve the structural strategy or the structural concept with the conditions that Debbie mentioned?
And I will just read those. The new eastern facade, inclusive of the balconies as part of the extension, will require further development and the review and approval of the Historic Preservation Board. The rooftop addition in its entirety will require the review and approval of the Historic Preservation Board. The interior design of the new lobby will require the review and approval of the Historic Preservation Board prior to the issuance of a building permit for all of those. That's what I would recommend.
Can I just add to that? Because I don't think that we've, again, my question regarding the front entranceway, regarding the porte cochere, were not addressed. Those have not been discussed. And I'm worried about implying an approval of those details when they need to be explored further as well.
Okay.
The motion is just about structural design.
Right, okay. Kirk, I think that's a good point. And then the problem is the plans that were submitted, the plans that are of record, do show that porte cochere. I would be completely comfortable putting a condition saying the porte cochere structure in its entirety shall return to the board for review and approval.
We can't just limit it to the floor plates at this point and leave the rest of the design up to review when we're able to look at a cohesive whole. Isn't the engineering what the holdup is right now? I feel comfortable with the floor plates. Do we have to imply an approval on all of the other details, which we haven't been able to see work together, to be able to not cause suffering to the applicant?
Okay, so Nick, maybe you could chime in. So if we, one of the concerns I have, Nick, is that this is a consolidated order currently.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to necessarily negate all of the other conditions that require for example, the exterior restoration of the building.
Right.
Which aren't actually necessarily shown on these current plans.
I think.
Could we do a supplemental order and have the previous order in force and effect?
We could do that if you want to frame it as a supplemental order that incorporates the consolidated order that's in the agenda, and then to the extent that the supplemental order is different from the consolidated order, any of the conditions in the supplemental order are different, that the supplemental order shall control. We can do it that way if you think that's cleaner. Otherwise,
I personally don't. I think it's important to have the language that all of those other things require coming back to the board, not just that the extension is approved, but that.
Then why don't? Okay, so then, if the board is inclined to approve the portions of the project that we've been discussing, then why don't we use that consolidated order as a basis, and to the extent that we need to make revisions to that consolidated order to accommodate the more piecemeal approach that the board is taking, then those are the changes that we'll incorporate those changes in the consolidated order.
And what I will do, and so for the first condition with regard to the extension of the floor plates.
Okay.
We can say the extension of the floor plates is approved, but the
variances.
Well, the variance would be a separate. If we're talking about the core and the floor plates, those are the two primary things. But the final design of the eastern elevation and the eastern balconies shall require board review and approval. I understand what you're saying, Kirk. I think it was Kirk, about the portico share, and I would be comfortable with that going back to the board. I just don't know how we say only these two things are approved and everything else goes back to the board when this is a modification. I'm struggling with the language of the exclusionary kind of language where it just says only these two are approved and everything else is going back to the board. I would rather be specific that the lobby, the rooftop addition, the entire eastern facade, including the balconies and the portico share, are required to go back to the board.
But I mean, again, we have the north and south facade, right? The design on that is not.
Well, but those of the extension, I agree. Now, of the north and south elevations, those are restorative. The Gulfstream Ballroom is also restorative, so those don't necessarily even require. If this was if this was a simpler project, would require going back to the board because those are consistent with the historic microfilm. Now, not when you start extending the floor plate. Then you're right. There's changes, but that's part of that eastern extension. So it wouldn't just be, you're right. It wouldn't just be the east facade that would go back to the board. It would be that entire eastern extension portion, which would include those sides. So I think that's a very important clarification. So all facades of the entire eastern extension and the balconies would require review and approval by the board prior to the issuance of a building permit. The entire rooftop addition requires a review and approval by the board. The entire portico share, which requires the review and approval by the board. And that the interior of the lobby, the final design of that would require the review and approval of the board.
So it would be your consolidated order with those 4 or so specific things that are reserved for future approval.
Correct. And I would, I am saying prior to the issuance of a building permit, I would further expand that to say prior to the issuance of a new building permit or a revision to the currently existing permit.
Fair enough.
Okay.
And I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. So we've all heard it. So we did have a motion. Who would propose it?
I can't hear you.
I think it was Rick's motion.
I think we had a motion. I think we had a motion in a second.
I don't
Rick
remember
made the motion. Okay. I think we're waiting for a second.
So
a second.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Me.
Okay, 1 opposed. The ayes have it.
Now, does that include the variance approval? That vote?
Let's have a separate motion on the variance, please.
And Debbie, it might be a good idea as a condition of the variance approval to just restate that no new building permit or revision to the existing building permit shall issue until, especially with regard, I think, to the eastern facade and the eastern extension, that no permit can issue until that comes back.
I understood that.
Oh, that's good.
Okay. All right. Do you have that written down, Debbie?
Yes.
Okay. So all those, we have first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I don't think we have a motion for the variance, Jack. We need a motion and a second for the variance.
That's what I was asking you. I thought you had it written down.
We don't have a motion and a second.
Can I move to approve the variance?
Okay, Max made the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Just a clarification, I think Kirk made the motion, but I'll second.
Thank you.
Okay, Kirk made the motion and Max seconded.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
One. Anybody else opposed? Okay, so carried.
Mr. Chair,
15-minute
I'd like
break.
to, may I just take one moment to thank, first of all, this will be a magnificent project for Miami Beach from an incredibly strong ownership group. But I would like to thank you for taking the time, and you have expressed all very legitimate concerns and details that you want to have be very clear on. We hear that, we get it, and that's because we know that you want to have as fine a project as the ownership conceives of itself. So thank you very much for all the time and input.
Thank you for
I
all
think
your...
you have a good team, and there's no reason that this won't come back as a full design, as a building seen from 360 degrees. You have a qualified team to do that.
Thank you, we do.
Thank you.
So
Debbie,
don't come back with anything less.
I get it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna take a 15-minute
Jack,
pause.
do you want to take a break?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back in 15 minutes, did you say?
Do you want 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay.
And Debbie, I think we have a hard stop at 3, right?
Correct. So
Okay.
10-minute break. Hopefully we can get through at least one or two more applications. They're relatively simple going forward.
2:16. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second installment of the June meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. We have a very short time this afternoon, so we're going to try to get through as many of the projects as we can. So the first one, Debbie, I believe is 3425 Collins.
No, actually, we just finished that one. The next item on the agenda is HPV file 20-0373. This is 7316 Collins Avenue. This is an application for modifications to the east facade and the construction of an attached rear addition. So the modifications are limited to the alley side of the property. The existing building is a contributing building designed by architect Robert Norden. We have very little historical documentation of this particular building. We did find a 1964 permit for remodeling, so there have been some small modifications made. The one-story rear addition, again facing the alley, is for an expansion of a new restaurant space. Staff would note that this new addition is one story. It does have a mezzanine level, but it will not be visible at all from the Collins Avenue right-of-way. We're supportive of the application. In addition to the addition, they're also proposing some small modifications to the primary facade fronting Collins Avenue in terms of the new operable windows as well as a new entrance. Staff does not believe that the proposed modifications have had any adverse impact on the existing building. We also believe that this new restaurant space will be an asset for the neighborhood and are recommending approval. I believe Jennifer McConney, the architect for the project, is available for questions. I know she has a short presentation if you would like to hear that.
Okay. I just lost my main piece of paper here. Okay, we would like to hear the presentation.
Good afternoon, board members. This is my name is Jennifer McConney with Studio MCG Architecture. I'm here with Russell Galvett, the owner for the project, to present the renovation and new construction of the Pizza Bar in North Beach. The Pizza Bar will be a neighborhood pizza place on Collins Avenue, similar to the No-No's Pizza that just opened up on Alton and 16th by the same owners. Can we start the presentation? or the PowerPoint. I'll try to make this as fast as possible. I might skip through some just to speed it up a little bit. The site's located along Collins and the alley behind Collins, just north of 73rd Street. Next slide. These are images of the existing block. Our project, our building is the one on the top right with the vertical white stripes on it. As Debbie said, it was built in 1940 and the architect was Robert Norden. Next slide. The image on the top left is a view from the alley. This is the existing surface parking lot in the back of the building. Our new addition will go in the location of the surface parking lot, shown there on the top left. Next slide. This is an existing site plan showing that the current commercial one-story building only takes about one half of the site along Collins Avenue. And we're not proposing any additions on top of that, just some modifications to the front and an addition in the back. Next slide. This shows the entire site as proposed. The addition in the rear is only about 4,000 square feet, including the mezzanine, so it's a very small addition. And what we have is the pizza bar in the front, and the back is a neighborhood bar and event space that I think that the neighborhood of North Beach really needs. I think that's an amenity that's important for that neighborhood. Next slide. This is an enlargement of the addition. We have a sculptural spiral stair on the alley elevation, and we have internalized all of the bar and service areas so the alley can have an interesting facade and not just a typical alley facade. Next slide. There's a small mezzanine just to activate the interior and create an interesting spatial experience. That way we have a double height space in the bar below with a skylight above. Next slide. This is an image of the roof, very simple. We have a large skylight that's able to illuminate the space during the daytime, because we do expect some daytime events there with all the mechanical spaces screened on the roof. Next slide. The addition is small, but it was important that it was an interesting space. We thought that exposing the structure and creating multi-levels where people could gather would make up for the fact that this was a building on the alley. On the lower image, you can see how the addition relates and is compatible with the surrounding buildings along Collins Avenue and Harding. Next slide. This is a rendered view from the alley. Because this is an alley building, we wanted to create a real alley experience with a brick facade, fire egress stairs, parking, exposed steel, and a water tower cistern on the roof for irrigation. We selected a light sandy colored brick for the facade. There is precedence of some of the post-war modern buildings in North Beach using brick or stone veneer, and we wanted to pick that up on this facade. Next slide. This is an elevation of the rear alley elevation. Next slide. And these are the side views. We're mostly right on the property line on the north, but it can be seen because the building to the north has a 5-foot setback. Next slide. This is a enlargement of the front, the pizza bar space. The only thing we're requesting on this building is actually to change out the storefront. And by doing that, we're actually creating a covered seating space along Collins Avenue, which allows us to activate the sidewalk. Next slide. This is an image of the proposed storefront revisions. Right now, you enter the building on the left side where the covered seating is, and we're modifying that to the right side. So you're able to come in, the flow works much better in this layout. And I just want to say that we agree with all the staff's conditions, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. A very interesting proposal. You have any public comment?
And before we hear from the public, I just want to make sure, Jennifer, I can't remember if I'd sworn you in.
Yes, you did.
I did earlier. Okay, right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Jack, we have one member of the public, Matisse Cohen, would like to give some comments.
Okay.
Matisse?
Good afternoon, honored board members.
Hi, Matisse. Before you begin, I need to swear you in.
I do.
So do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
As the property owner of 7315 Harding, which is directly behind this property, I want to bring up a important conversation that we've been having all across Miami Beach is how do we make better use of our alleys? And this project has really embraced that idea by creating this entranceway from the alleyway that really makes a cohesive connection between the other side of the property on Harding, which are all CD2 properties. And I can tell you from my position as the property owner right behind it, I welcome this open arms. And I think that the not only the project itself, but also the use is going to be a wonderful addition to our community. And so please support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matisse. Very nice presentation. So anybody else from the public would like to comment? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close public comment, open for board discussion. Anybody wants to comment on this project? Kirk?
Thank you. Hi, Jennifer. Nice to see you again. I think this is great as a North Beacher. There's a lot of fun components of this project. And what Matisse says is correct. I mean, within the core Collins corridor area, 73rd to 75th, I think this is really a welcome activation of the alleyway, and I'm excited about it. I think the design is great. It doesn't really try to copy what North Beach is and bring something new and fresh and fun and maybe a little bit Brooklyn-y feeling, which I think is awesome. I'm very supportive of it. I had a couple of technical questions I just wanted to ask with regard to the existing storefront on Collins Avenue. And also I want to mention, you know, there's so many exciting things happening in this particular neighborhood on this block with, you know, the Walgreens, which is a great retro renovation of that building, the Croton, which is nicely done, and all of the projects that are going to be happening on the other side of Collins Avenue. And then on the same block, the Blue Beer Garden Hotel complex. I think it's an exciting time for this particular spot, and I think this brings a great component. But my questions are about the existing material in the Collins storefront, the flooring material. Is that terrazzo or just a question about that? Because I know a lot of those storefronts are original terrazzo flooring, and I see brickwork in the rendering, and I just wanted to ask about what's existing there. That's one question. Does anybody know?
Yes, we know. It's completely concrete. No, there's never terrazzo in this property at all.
So it's just raw concrete. Thank you, Mr. Galbert. And so we're putting in brick, I guess, is what it looks like in the entryway.
No, brick.
No, I think we're just bringing the sidewalk up to that area.
Sidewalk, yeah.
Perfect. Okay. My second question, just because this area is so much a part of focus and is moving forward in so many great and exciting ways, I wanted to ask, because I love the facade of this building. I think it contributes a lot to the neighborhood, the design of it. It's spirited and fun. I wanted to ask about the signage. Is there any sort of, because I think what we have is it's not very detailed, and I'm wondering if there's any thought process in terms of how the signage is going to be rendered, you know, because the vision of this corridor along Collins Avenue is really taking place. I'm not asking about the alleyway, because I think this property stands on its own in the alleyway. It's going to create its own language. But in terms of Collins Avenue, we're moving from what had typically been a mishmash, you know, a lot of nail salons, you know, massage, hair cutteries, into a little bit more I don't know, I think more exhilarating type businesses, and I'm hoping from the street front that is represented as well to that change taking place in the facade. So I wanted to ask about the signage on Collins Avenue.
Yeah, I think, once we work with the branding company on the signage, I think that the elevation of the facade, the retail facade, is a perfect backdrop for any signage. I think it was definitely built as a retail facade. So, I think we want it to be inviting. We want people to see it. We're hoping for maybe some neon included in there. So to be a little retro.
Thanks, Jennifer. I think too, when you see a pizza sign, there's sort of like the ready-made pizza signs, and then there's can be a little more hip of a presentation of a pizza sign. So that's hence the question. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you, Kirk. In deference to time, does any other board member have any specific issues they'd like to bring up?
I have one issue. There's a comment somewhere in the presentation that deliveries will be non-concurrent. Deliveries are going to be in the morning, but I'm wondering how they're handling deliveries of, for food deliveries. I assume they're going to be delivering pizzas and spaghetti, whatever you have. The other thing was I did on the Collins Avenue elevation, I would have wanted to let that window stay with a knee wall, but I agree. The flow is much better with it as a doorway, and I love the activation of the table. So that's a non-issue. But I just wanted to wonder how the operation is dealing with that.
So that was the first thing we looked at, because we know that there might be a time with the pizza bars operating and the back area is not. So that's why we've done the alley will definitely be where deliveries come from, and you're able to come through the south side and access the back side of the pizza bar. If you look at the site plan, there's a walkway there, so it works. Both can be serviced.
And Jennifer, if I could also just point out to Barry, I think that's a good point, because they are not providing on-site loading, and they will be working with the city's parking department in order to find on-street loading. And the city's parking department has been very successful with working with business owners in terms of the timing of loading for different businesses and finding locations. So for such a small restaurant, staff has no objection to them not providing the loading. And, we're supporting that aspect of the project as well.
Thank you. Any other board members? Rick?
Yeah.
Hi, yes, thank you. Hi, Jen. I love the project. It's very exciting. And I just wanted to ask about the cistern. Maybe I missed it, but is that a decorative cistern, or is that going to be piped in somehow?
No, it's piped in. Right now we're discussing what we're going to use it for. We do have a little bit of landscaping on the back, and that was something that the owner wanted as well. We really want that alley experience. So cool. We're going to use it.
And I know you mentioned brick on the rear elevation. It's in the drawings, brick veneer, but are you thinking like actual bricks as a veneer, or something thin applied to the wall?
It's brick veneer.
It's brick.
It's brick veneer, yes.
Brick veneer.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other board members?
Yeah, I wanted to touch on the cistern as well. It's something that jumped out to me. I'm supportive of the project. Wouldn't want to do anything and stand in the way. Looking at the plans, I wasn't sure if the cistern was going to be functional, and then hearing an irrigation component, I think that's a cool idea. I would encourage you to consider a stormwater management dimension to it. Then you're replacing a parking lot, which isn't really doing much, in terms of controlling runoff, but with a nice new restaurant there, it's very limited parking, but to the extent that it's something that the building design can manage, collecting water from the rooftop for that cistern. I think that would be a good use. And also considering for the limited parking spots that you have there, permeable pavers, some type of stormwater friendly component there in the design. But overall supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Last call. Okay, Debbie, can we move for an approval?
Yes, I believe we have no public comment, so I think you can close the public hearing and make a motion.
Okay.
I'll move this one. Can I ask you, Max, were you asking for the permeable pavers to be included in the order, or that's just a recommendation?
Recommendation, advisement.
I'll move it based on staff's recommendations.
Why not make it part?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Anybody opposed? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Galbut.
Thank you very, very much. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Did a great job.
Thanks, Russell.
Okay, next, Debbie, do we have time for 1438?
I think we have time for one more at least. HPB file 20-0374. This is 1438 Collins Avenue. The applicant is requesting a certificate of appropriateness for modifications to the north and east facades of the building. This is a contributing building designed by architect Henry Hohauser and constructed in 1940. The applicant is currently proposing to convert the existing space to retail. It was formerly a grill fish restaurant, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. They are proposing to replace the existing storefronts with impact glass windows and doors. They are proposing to consolidate 2 single doors into 1 outswing double door entry. Staff does not have any objection to that. Regarding the storefront replacements, staff would note that sometime prior to 1985, all of the storefronts were replaced, and they were, what you see today was a new configuration. So this is not the original configuration. The glass block was installed above and below the existing windows. Originally, as you can see on page 7 of our staff recommendation, the Henry Hohauser design was to simply have the glass block as the transom above the storefront glass. So the currently proposed storefront configuration is relatively consistent with historic documentation, with the exception of their request to eliminate that glass block transom area and to provide just fixed glass panels. Staff, that is the one portion of the proposed application that staff is not comfortable with. We do believe that the glass blocks are a character defining feature of the building. We understand the challenges with glass block in terms of product approval. However, there are NOAs approved by Miami-Dade County for impact glass block. There are also ways to reuse historic glass block with storm panels and that type of thing. So we're comfortable working with the applicant on finding a glass block product that will work in the space, but we would request that glass block be incorporated as part of their renovation. And that's it. Other than that, we are recommending approval subject to the conditions in our draft order. Thank you.
Any public comment? I see one hand.
Is the applicant going to present?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is the applicant going to present? Hello?
Do we have the applicant here? I know the
no, he's on mute. Good afternoon.
Right now, oh, okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes. But before you begin, I'd just like to ask, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I do as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a way you can flip yourself? You're like upside down.
Let's see. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay, great. So I was saying thank you. My name is Enrique Ardilla. I'm here with John Guerra from Square One Architecture, and we'll be presenting in behalf of Sun and Sand, which would be a retail store in 1438 Collins Avenue. I'm going to skip a couple of slides just because I know we're limited on time. As Debbie mentioned, the building was made in 1940 by architect Henry Hauser, which is responsible for a lot of the Art Deco buildings in this era. From the microfilms that we found, it is not that clear, but it does show the proportions, materials, and overall essence, which we plan to reserve with the latest building requirements. The only two areas where we're changing the building envelope are the ones that she mentioned on the east facade, which is pretty much changing two single entry doors to one double entry door. And on the north facade, we want to get rid of a pocket door, which we think is unsafe and will just be a better essence to the building. In regards to the glass block up top, we did get the recommendation to continue with the glass block. However, after our research, even though it is possible, it's not really that easy to obtain. And our client really wanted to go for this clear transom window look like every other establishment around him. Just because he, sorry?
Never mind.
And for reasons to be able to compete, we also think that will let a lot more light into the space. And we have found multiple ratings for a transom window, for impact glass window ratings for the transom window versus there are a couple of glass blocks that are impact, but they are a little harder to obtain. And this was the main reason why we want to definitely, pursue this aesthetics instead of the original.
Okay, thank you very much. Shall we close comment and move on to board discussion? Anyone would like to comment on the board?
Before we do that, do we have any members of the public who'd like to speak on this item?
Don't see any.
Folks, I just urging everyone to hurry, please. We got another application after this one.
I'll be very quick.
I don't see any.
Okay, and do any board members have any disclosures to make on this application?
No.
Okay, I see none.
Okay, anybody want to comment on the board?
I got a question.
Sure.
Yeah. Question, point of clarity for staff or for the applicant, the glass block on the transom windows, we think that's original or we don't think that's original?
Kirk, we don't think that's original, either the upper or the lower that exists today. The design of the upper is original, but not the actual material.
So your request is that we replace the glass block on the transom with wind-resistant glass block. That's your recommendation.
Or, we'll work with them to find a glass block that they're agreeable with. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Yes. I think this is a real simple, we could do this real quick and just make a motion for them to replace their windows with hurricane impact windows, however, to maintain the glass block transom. And if there's no further discussion, I would make that motion and move on.
I have one thing to say. We do have a few minutes. I think the graphics here if the original drawing is to be believed, were exceptional. And I think an effort should be made by the tenant or tenants to do something very interesting with the graphics, with the horizontal lines, and to make the building exciting, because the drawing that they show on A205 is, to me, extremely stripped down and quite boring. It could be a brand new building for all it looks like. There's nothing there that says I'm historic and I'm important. That's my only comment. But I agree with the motion. We have a motion.
Wait, I have a question. I have a comment.
Okay.
This building extends all the way from Collins Avenue west to the alley, and there is a bar there last weekend, and I guess they're still in business. Does the renovation include their storefronts, or is that going to be left out of this?
Go ahead.
But I was going to reply, it does not, because that is an active tenant. However, in our recommended conditions, we are requiring that a future storefront replacement plan for the remainder of the building be incorporated, and that that work be done as the space becomes available.
And it matches whatever we approve today.
Yes,
correct.
absolutely.
And we received a signed letter from the owner of the whole building saying that he will follow the same guidelines that whatever we approve today for the future renovations.
Okay, thank you very much. So call for the question. Make a motion to approve. Debbie?
I think Barry made a motion to approve with staff's recommended conditions.
Is there a second?
With the glass block transom.
Right, with the glass block. And is there a second?
I would like to state that the main reason our client had us go through this process is because he wanted to definitely keep that transom window as we have it in the rendering. However, we did receive many recommendations from the board, and we were looking to have some support from the additional board members here. But I feel like everybody is their opinion is to have the glass block.
Hasn't been voted yet. I just made a motion.
Can we just clarify though? Is that glass block on the top, bottom, or both?
Transom.
Just the transom.
I would second the motion, and
Okay.
I think the owners should understand about the glass block because it's a very historic building. And I think that you have full support here for that.
So far.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No, hearing no opposed, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie?
Jack, I did receive a request for the DAS nodes. We have 3, and I think we can get through those pretty quickly. We do have staff at the convention center that is monitoring members of the public who may come there, but I believe they can stay through this time. So if we can take these next 3 applications together, that would be great.
Okay.
Are there any private ones to take other than that you think we could?
We are going, I have directed everyone that we are going in order because of the backlog, that I wanted to go in the exact order of these applications when they were received.
Right, as long as everybody knew.
Yes.
We only have 9 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to read all 3 of these into the record at once. We have HPV file 180216. This is for a citywide distributed antenna system at approximately 199 42nd Street. Second application is HPV file 19-0370 for the antenna system at approximately 4370 Collins Avenue. And the final application is HPV file 190371 for the antenna at approximately 4441 Collins Avenue. So the first one on 42nd Street is the only one that is not located with an FDOT right-of-way. This is within the city right-of-way. We took a look at this location. We don't have any significant objections. We have an 8-foot 2-inch sidewalk, so we think there is ample room along the sidewalk, that this should not impede any pedestrian activity or safety. We are asking that the applicant explore the option of adding a light to the pole in order to consolidate any equipment or in order to enhance any lighting needs the city may have. Obviously, that would be subject to the review and approval of the city's Public Works Department, and whether or not the city, desire to have a light in that particular location. The one at 4370 Collins Avenue is FDOT property, but of course they need this board's approval since it is within a historic district. In this particular instance, the sidewalk is approximately 5 feet wide. So we are, even though that meets the technical requirements of ADA, we are concerned that that is slightly narrow. So we are asking that pole to be relocated, which would be approximately 30 feet to the north within that bump out kind of landscape area. And that way it would not impact pedestrian movement in this area. So that is our recommendation for that one. And then the one at 4441 Collins Avenue, that's actually on the Indian Creek side of Collins Avenue. We are supportive of that. That has been shifted outside of the sidewalk. The sidewalk's not very wide there either, but we don't have any objection to the currently proposed location, which is outside of that sidewalk area. So we are recommending approval subject to the conditions of all three. Ed Martos, the attorney for Crown Castle, the applicant, is here, and I believe he wants to give you a very brief presentation.
Very brief.
And I'd like to swear in any members of the applicant's team before they begin. So do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Ed, we're missing you.
Go ahead.
I think we somehow managed to lose Ed.
Edward, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes.
Thank
you, Debbie, for that presentation. For the record, Edward Martos, offices at 2525 Ponce de Leon Boulevard. We agree with all of staff's recommendations. We're willing to accept those conditions with just one caveat. The application on Collins and 42nd near the turn, near the Fontainebleau. We are happy to go into the bump out area, but I sent to Debbie and to Nick and also to Jake proposed alternate language that would add one sentence to their condition. That sentence would specify that if FDOT says it's impossible to go into that bump out, we could go into the location we're proposing. I don't think FDOT will say it's impossible, but I have some reservation, and our team has some reservations because there are a bunch of signs there already. And so, directional signs, crosswalk signs, that sort of thing. And so FDOT has some concerns about bundling them all up. And they also have hesitated in the past to allow us to move their signs. So we're happy to comply with Debbie. I just ask that we include that one clause at the end of the condition that says, if FDOT says no way, it's not happening, then we can go to the location that we've originally proposed. Other than that, we accept all of staff's conditions, and we're available for questions or for a full presentation if you wish.
Thank you very much. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we're going to close public comment. Anybody on the board have a question or an issue?
I have a Jack. Hello.
Yeah, I can't see you. Who is it?
It's Kirk.
Kirk, hi.
Yeah, just a couple of points of clarification real quick. I'm assuming these are not Cobra exchange outs because why? Because it's FDOT light poles, is that correct?
Correct. And this is a fight that we've been having with them literally for years. We are trying to get them to agree to try this, if only on a pilot program. But they've not yet conceded that point.
Okay, and my second question, 199 42nd Street, real quick.
Yes.
So on 42nd Street, north side from the ocean to Collins Avenue, there's 3 palm trees in a row, coconut palms, and then we're putting this light pole on the corner. So my question is, why wouldn't it be further east where it would be visible from Collins Avenue?
Forgive me, you said further east?
Further east, yeah. The 3
Oh, I see. The reason for it is because it's, I understand what you're saying, and the reason for that is because we're trying to serve Collins Avenue. These DAS nodes are directional; they don't just go in a round or a radius or diameter rather. So they're directional, and they're actually directing north and south along Collins. The further we, yeah, exactly. The further east we go, the more blockage we have.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question. Do any of these block any structure that's important architecturally, photographically?
I do not believe so. I know Debbie reviews for that sort of concern, and it was not flagged before. I'm reviewing one more time, and
yeah, Jack, I don't have any concerns with that, but that is something we look for, and that's a very good point. But for these 3, I don't see that as an issue.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have comment, question? Okay, we'll make a motion to approve as submitted. All those in favor?
Do we have a motion?
I thought I just made one.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Board, just for the record, is that with the revision to the condition I requested?
I'm fine with that condition, Ed, and that is for HPB file 190370, the added condition that was read into the record by Mr. Martos. The other motion would be 180216, approve with staff conditions, and then 190371, approve with staff conditions.
And I have no objection either to how it was framed.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, it passes.
Okay.
Okay, is Debbie, are we through?
We do have to wrap up, but we have remaining agenda items that will need to be continued to the July meeting. I apologize to all of the applicants who are on the line. We will not be able to get to you today. We are losing the necessary staff for the convention center where we're having live public testimony. So we will have to continue the remaining items. And I need to read those in the record, and we're requesting that those be continued to the July 14th meeting. The application HPB file 190349. This is 910 Marseille Drive and 7116 Bay Drive. This application we're requesting be continued to the July 14th meeting. Do I have a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
Second.
Okay, that has been, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's been moved to the July 14th meeting. HPV file 190354, 1745 James Avenue. Let's request that be moved to the July 14th meeting.
Move it.
Let me see that.
I said.
Nancy made the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
The next application, HPB file 20-0377. This is 3120 Collins Avenue. We're requesting this be continued to the July 14th meeting.
Move it.
Okay, Barry made the motion. Nancy second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that was moved to July 14th. HPB file 20-0386. This is 7835 Harding Avenue. We're requesting this be moved to the July 14th meeting.
Move it.
Yes. Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Move to July 14th. The last application, HPB file 20-0387, 334 Ocean Drive. We're requesting this be moved to the July 14th agenda.
Move it.
Second.
By Kirk, second by Nancy. All those in favor?
Aye.
I have
I
have a question. Wait, before you leave this.
Sure.
How many of the ones that we heard today do we have to save? The applications.
The ones that were actually heard today, you don't necessarily need to save any of them.
And how about the one from?
You could save the one at 1225 Lenox Avenue, but they are going to be providing additional plans for you. So you don't, if you want to refer back to those when you get the new information, that might be helpful.
And the Amman?
The Amman, we're anticipating brand new sets of plans. If you want to, again, keep those for reference so you can maybe compare anything new, that's a good idea. Okay.
It's a big pile of paper under here.
That's right. My whole kitchen here.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much. And
make sure you keep the final, what was it, 4 or 5 that we just continued. Yes. Keep those plans. And that's all I have, and we will be in touch. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just want to say because I was thinking about this when reviewing those, that internet control polls. I think staff as mundane of an issue they are, I appreciate that staff paid quality attention to those things. I'm sure it's not the thing they want to do, but I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all for joining us this afternoon. We're signing off. We'll see you in July.
See you in the future.